The government tell us we woke, and at the same time sell us the dope that leads to heart failures and strokes. Where do we start? Do we believe what the elders wrote, or the ones who watch through a telescope? The Illuminati cyclops, beast mark on every coast. The head of a cult, the devil goat that sits in a drum circle like a hippie, dressed like a gypsy. My best of rocket the nebula quotes is like Tesla notes. Now they got surveillance on Diddy. I'm a cross between Umar Johnson and Billy Carson. I told my grandmother that we are from where the stars from. I'm like Ron Hayes, but I'm Todd Wave with a blonde fade. Some days it'll be an orange braid, half shade. That's just his character. I made hair like lemonade. Both his parents come from Africa. Y'all know the prototype, it's the walking life. See, the sun is the source of light. They made my quartz bright as New York at night. They say when Walter right, he can steer Hathor to the boat of the moon. Into the cliff, sent to the glyphs to open the tombs. They say Killah flows is like pillar protocols that fulfill the scrolls made of silver and gold. The bars I laid is like sculpted on the architrave. I wrote it like an art display with gods and goddesses with darker shades. I wrote it in the chamber, glowing like the child that was golden in the manger. Only 3 kings knew he was growing to be the savior. Okay, back to rap more about Hathor, the cow-headed near the Nile desert. Under the white clouds, the native dancing in the powwow. He wore the head crown of owl feathers. As the clan went from loud records, and priests and Jizza wrote their signature down on Geffen. And hip-hop's are where I found the presence. The shepherds are coming down from Mount Everest, surrounded by peasants. With unclean skin disease, they called them leopard. I pointed a finger up and moved it around till I found the nebula. I told them I walked through Babylon, Persia, and Mecca. I talked to bees out their nectar, kings out their treasure. I've been counting ever since I've been walking. I started from forever. I've been writing on steelies, inside of caverns where it's misty. Dealt tarot cards to the hands of time. Closed my eyes while the mouth of a cave kissed me. I gave the walls history. Y'all enslaved us all misery. That's why I shaved it off and came back bald, a mystery. I wrote it all on big slabs of lapis, lazuli, channel vibe to the candle fire. 12 candlesticks sits on amethyst. I write my scrolls on the clove of a rose. You see them when they unfold, the untold secret me and the queen bee hold. So when they make the pollen bin, I can communicate with the insect world like King Solomon. I mean solar gems, most roll to him.
Then I went rogue on them, those who stole my pen. Then I went ice cold as wind. Geminis we roll as twins.
When we take the mic, we are the walking life. The D's rated house is looking for your favorite out of Brooklyn. Africa praises to the bushmen, to the natives in the woodlands, the raisins in the Jukson, through the mazes of the bullpen. They killed our saviors, re-raised us and made us into hoodlums. Malcolm X became one of the greatest out of the Muslims, except for this boxer who never went to Oxford, never became a doctor, but got the rings of the chakras. Cassius Clay and Hathaway passed away, saw dimensions. George Benson, could this be a masquerade? Preacher said fast and pray. My mother's not there, but I asked her grave. Tiffany's not here, but her ashes stayed. What word will Prince and Michael Jackson say? I was a boy, now the mirror showed me patches of gray. Then it got black, and I started like tapping into a haze. Dazed, the mirror said your hair looked glazed because that's how much passion you gave. This is what happened, you still rapping. The mirror became my healer when it told me I was a pyramid giver, a gold spitter and a soul filler. I came to slay the Antichrist. Walking life, walking life. Yeah, it's no prayer.
Walking man, stores expand, rivers in my orbits ran after me across Japan. Mastered the default command, skin brown but so bright. The mirrors where I caught a tan, lost the pan's labyrinth. Spirits move across the sand, but birds to fly, the words defy. But in exchange, they lost their hands, appeared inside the jungle. In the bed upon a Moorish man, I'm multiplying gold horizon. Traveling, I go Orion, burned the tree to 3rd degree. Asking all the birds agree, I'm certainly a giant. Using bamboo just to stir the sea. Watched across an island, suddenly cooked the leaves to turn to tea. Smoking gun to smoking tongues, 1,000 leagues below Poseidon. Fell asleep and fell asleep. Woke up and I spoke Hawaiian. Kamikami homicide. My brain was never colonized. There's angels, demons, gods inside. Bakeries with prophesied. Serving loads of sermons. They all heard and drove in herds and droves. To see me when I'm cooking up, I'm writing over burning stoves. While levitating lepertainment. Search below the service robes. Service codes. Words explode. Terminator circuits froze. Zigzag zodiacs. Killer, that's in murder mode. I hate how serpent hurt the toad. I can make the sculptors cry. Rivers undiscovered under colors in the sulfur sky. And the child lullaby. Valley where the skulls are dry. Swimming this a cold supply of culture, most of those deny. Children see it, still believe it. Lyrics make your brains whirl. Zodiac charts inside the coffee cup. He made swirls with coconut creamer like he slowly watching paint swirl. Quiet child who clammed up, spoken that it made pearls. Kai died twice like Mandela and James Earl, but only lived once. So many bodies in strange worlds. My neck's a grail. Talent, spinal fluid in the mind wine. They don't understand me here. I'm from a higher timeline. I wonder what the microscopic people on my spine find. Pro Tools arena, so cool demeanor, while my head and heart battle. That's old school Medina. Show and prove repeater, so smooth computer. I told you, Eureka. Zodiac and show theatrics. Clearly they don't know the brackets. Nearly break your bones for practice. Think of kids who grow the cactus. Marveled at my own exactness. They stand lethal from lowly maggots to holy maggots. Engraved sigil in the stone of Cabraxis. Who kept his name hidden as unknown on the track list. Who rode a winged dragon on the road to Damascus. That kept his wings flapping on the throne of Galactus. No man can tell a Muslim from the bones of a Baptist. Dragon flame spit and turn the stones into ashes. I don't even mean music, but I own all the masters. And they ain't really government here, they're only actors. Farmers sat on lonely tractors, shaving over Hopi pastures. Only realized he giving haircuts to an Olmec after. Children in my gene pool that couldn't get a pool pass. Used to walk on blue moon grass, vision the cruel past. Astrologies just take the wheel, now I don't need the fuel gas. My urbanist versus means I'm following the rules last. Back when I was formed, all the angels in the heavens stared. Sharp and swollen harpsichords playing over 7 stairs. Said a prayer, said a bear, my solar system set up rare. Know why I'm so fly, I'm flowing in the debonair, left the square. Anywhere I sit is an electric chair. Inside the maze I reached a dead end, and so I made a door. By just thinking, modern legend of an ancient Moor. When you die, the world dies, you're who they made it for. The tallest giant made a glass ceiling, it became my floor. Lyrics in my brain galore, miracle they can't ignore. Zodiac, I'm the only man that time waited for.
Who are some of your early influences?
Well, the planets, the creator, mythical gods, real ones, people, flowers, everything in nature, inspiration. Musicians get their inspiration really from environmental things, and all musicians are inspiration to me, no matter what style they're playing.
Painter, brother's letter. I should cut my ear off like Van Gogh. Stop performing at the Klan shows. Watch myself from the audience. Play piano with lit candles. I mean, I'll still perform, but the thrill is gone. I don't feel as strong, maybe cause the wheel is torn. I clutch in a ball cause I'm sick to my gut. Then I brushed off the dust, stood up like I was touched by healing palms. I picked up my shield and 3 rocks as I'm hearing psalms. Know ye not that ye are gods? And I've been blocked by bouncers, overlooked by the announcers. I'm in the stand with the fans, which told me many of my album was like a counselor. They said songs like Then From Now, got them from then to now. Even deja vu, they said the old man was you in the reoccurring nightmare where you kept coming back around. I took a picture with him. Then he showed me a picture of his daughter in a cap and gown. He said he put her through college because your words stood up for knowledge. Said, to be honest, you like a prophet. I said, stop it. He said, what made you right before quarantine take us to Nebula in a rocket? I said, it was just my journey to the planet of gods, a divine intervention. Just a mantra, I said, for the monsters in my head. Kept reliving, but we true and living. Like 3 supermen then, he said, who you kidding? That was a beautiful listening. Clan came on and music was hitting. They did 4th chamber while I talked to strangers about his divorce and child support papers. Got to restrain in court for his anger. On the cross cause of haters. As goes finish up with the black suede while it dawned. They look around, I'm not alarmed. They search backstage and I'm gone. Much finish the set, play the next song. Play the next. Nobody would remember. He hardly was a member. But the
Freak out, yo!
Yeah, man. Man, say what up.
Huh?
Say what up.
Say what?
Say what's up. Man, you look like grandma.
Oh, you looking at me now?
Peace to the family. Peace to you and yours. It's Wednesday. We're here at the winding down. Okay, from one Wu Wednesday to the next Wu Wednesday. What was you doing last Wu Wednesday? Peace to Super Gang. Peace to the family coming in. Peace. Ryan. I seen a bunch of people getting busy. I seen someone said that they was on the road. We here. What was y'all doing last Wu-Tang Wednesday? Somebody tell me. Somebody tell me something profound. Something dope. Because I'm about to tell y'all what I was doing last Wednesday. That's why I started early. So the priest to be here. Our special guest, Mighty Hebrew, the War Cloud, Hip Hop. He will be here at 9 p.m. Eastern. So y'all got to deal with me for a couple minutes. I hope that's all right. So y'all tell me what y'all was doing last Wednesday. If not, then I'm gonna tell y'all what I was doing. Yeah, the days are blending, right? Yes. The days are blending. It almost seemed as if it was like a lifetime ago. And it was last week. Tell me. Last week. So hopefully y'all was doing something righteous. Brother said getting out the hospital. You out. I'm saying you out. So if y'all wasn't doing nothing Wu Wednesday on Wu Thursday, y'all was kicking it with Kill the Priest. I'm saying. And then on Wu Sunday, y'all was kicking it with Kill the Priest. So definitely glad to have y'all in the building. It's Wu Wednesday. What Wu-Tang Clan did y'all listen to today? Oh, B said he was hustling. All right, I feel you. Word up. So what Wu-Tang y'all was listening to today? Oh, Cream. All right. All right, we getting busy over here. So Cream. What Wu-Tang member were you listening to today? No cheating. Okay, RZA. Super Gang said he was rocking that RZA. Steph said he rocking that Capadonna. So, dopeness. Related to, said he got a whole Wu-Tang channel. Wu-Tang all day. You know what I'm saying? So you want to hear that Wu-Tang again? He said, oh yeah, again and again. That might have been him. Calling into the radio. You want to hear that Wu-Tang joint. Wu-Tang again? Oh yeah, again and again. So y'all should tell me whether or not y'all was playing more Kill the Priest, because y'all know that's the mantra. The mantra is play more Killer Priest. Oh, Grave Diggers. Wu Gambinos. Okay. All right. So today, of course, I was playing more Killer Priest, like I do every day. So I'm gonna play something real quick, and then I'm gonna tell y'all my story last Wu Wednesday to this Wu Wednesday, right? Because it's been epic. So tell somebody we here live. Killer Priest will be in the building. We got Mighty Hebrew coming through in the building. It's about to be an epic day to be here on the Killah Priest podcast. For it to be Wu Wednesday, we're going to be dealing with the origins of hip hop and everything. We got one who's most bona fide and qualified in the building to answer that question, right? Scholastically. You know what I mean? It's about to be something dope. So tell somebody that we hit live. And what we do over here, play more Killah Priest.
Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. King of Dadanari, speaking wise words to Matani, dress godly, the book of Proverbs I embody, student enrollment, my music's golden, with writings that influence my opponent, I'm fluent when I'm flowing, the words from faculty to nurture, carved out in murder, priest rockin' cherry, that's from Persia, write rhymes using old English curses, like I'm from 685 BC circa, get off your knees, you know not what you worship, but salvation's for the merchants, black child of the Berbers, the ruler Hathor Hadan, write it in a book made of bronze, that like you pushing my creative palms. When I was born, there was major storm. A black god in his greatest form. I'm what real rap listeners was waiting on. I mastered the 7 skills, so I was taking long. Then went back and got the 8. That's not in the book. It's not seen, not spoken. Only true masters can relate. In this place, there's no time, no date. God says you have to rhyme to be great. Abanawa Shabbat Shemayim, I'm a whole lion. Like Gilgamesh and write a scroll and soul is Zion. Ishtar from the Urdu Malisi. Sit on his throne easy and write a poem weekly. Priest in his own, my microphone become a species. All on its own, new chromosomes. Bones Marvel DC. My impact on rap to free all the righteous people trapped. I'm overstanding, we under attack. Bismarck, your music was godly. 82, they dropped Atari. 26, empty clips, John Gotti. Killah Priest, hip hop version of Bob Marley. Amongst the Ansars, Israelite Muslims and God bodies. Now we got the whole teps. As far as deep, only priest flow is left. I took an oath to hold a set. The Ashur-ite in the writing. Holy Bible, Genesis, chapter 6, speak on the giants. My favorite anime, Attack on Titans. Favorite boxer, Mike Tyson. When rhyming, I miss the excitement. Play more Killah Priest. Golden. Gold, play more Killah Priest. It's from around the way. Shout out to all the DJs. Stop the ride with the skills. Killah Priest keeps it real. He want it like that, so you got it like that. He want it like that, so you got it like that. Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 68. The black Jews to the 52 states. All those who relate, this is not up for debate. The stars form a hexagon shape. Metatron in the face. My body forms in the Babylon race. Through megastorms, electrons made a heart pulsate. Piece of Capadon, Ray Kwan and Ghostface. Islam is your faith. Open Qurans beneath Ramadan dates. A Hittite king assassinated by a Syrian prince. A chronicle from the honorables recorded the event. Also with the help and the blessings of a religious establishment. Priest is the dragon in the trench. It's raining badly. I'm throwing daggers while I'm drenched. On the top of his palace, I scale down, looking through his windows, eating salad. Holding a chalice, I'm moving silence. Like smoke, you'll never taste the scope on your palate. Who wanna hold a throat in a challenge? Bleeding out, trying to stop the blood while I nail on the prophet rug. Shots blow through the window. Snowflakes in my memento. Gold plates, blindfold, tied up, pillowcase. Foreign voice asking me for info. They fed me whiskey till I'm pickled. They hit me in the arm with the sickle. But I'm calm and official. Alarms whistle. Royal priesthood came with the gang. Save the Messiah, fire rain. Armageddon, the beast beheaded. We reign supreme. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. Say the fake one. Yo, you need some understanding. Here we go, here we go. To learn the laws and commandments, cause we're learning. Yo, the city. Our mind's gonna blame. Not using our mind. We're not using our mind. We're losing it every day. You know what I mean? Priesthood. We always seem distracted. I'm distracted. Our magic always cause a reaction when we're real magic, rap magic. You know what I mean? In the streets of the city, Brooklyn, Bronx, little solo gems. Let's go. Hebrews always talk about separation. I came here from another world. What we say? With just a hood on me. Just a hood. Just a ooh. Just a hood on me.
Have you heard of Nag Hammadi? No? Let me tell you about it. The Nag Hammadi library is a collection of 13 ancient books called codices, containing over 50 texts. Texts that present a radically different view of early Christian beliefs.
During the early race, man wanted real estate, so he started building shape. Others started to fill away, though they started killing snake. Those of the worldly faith found themselves in pearly gates, left his seat as girl inflates. Blessed he who elevate, set the tea and meditate. Rain splash off of the stained glass, medieval cathedrals that still stand in Spain and France. Skeleton fingers, how many diamonds his ring had. The courts had green grass, the hawks took spring baths. Across where kings clashed, they fought for the queen's hand. A masterpiece done by priests. Refractory property so unique. Sister goes Sophia in her holy seat. Her feet Alistair Crowley sleeps. It's where Kiss and Bon Jovi meet. The Greek, the beast, the owl covered in rosaries. Prophetess, potions, and poetry. Abraxas, Rebus, Simha. The lion called Simba. When rhyming, I'm the Templar. The troubadour, when music for the temper. The rooster call from roof to floor. The eyes in the center. The truth is all manly hall. What lies within the picture. The fruit don't fall. Nuclear war that ties within the scriptures. The zodiac sign of Hitler. More than one Jack the Ripper. More than one Shakespeare. For some of it take years. The Nag Hammadi God body that practice motionless karate. The dragon on my Vatican Armani. Nag Hammadi, my bad. Craft I'm in, I'm mastering. The carpentry, the scaffolding. Corian stones, the cornerstones. When I grab the pen, I fall in my zone and reach the African. Plastered in the walls of Rome, the priest is practicing. The royals on the doors of the dome, pads and fabric skin. On the mountain surrounded by columns, writing my album. All alone like a minute of solemn, solving my problems. Gothic sanctuaries, a wall of St. Mary's. The Gospel of John is scary. Lately I've been drinking heavy, reading Psalms with nervous palms. Open the vote, grab my sword and my coat of arms. Murder I wrote. Nag Hammadi library. Nag Hammadi library.
Imagine finding a book that tells a completely different version of a story you thought you knew by heart. These manuscripts were hidden for a reason. In the end, Nag Hammadi's texts aren't just relics. They're a bombshell on traditional teachings, showing us just how diverse and dynamic early Christian thought was.
You know, the bomb is just dropping right there. The Nag Hammadi God body that practiced motionless karate. Old priest versus new priest. Look, every once in a while we get one of those right there. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, so that's the mantra. Play more, kill the priest. So y'all don't forget it. You know, when we call for the mantra later on and be like, hey, you know, what's the mantra? You need to see y'all Savior. Play more, kill the priest. I'm saying, as a matter of fact, go to killerpriest.tv and get you something. You know what I'm saying? If y'all love Killer Priest, go get y'all something today. Get you a cup, get you a shirt, get you something, get you some merch, and get you some music, get you something. You understand what I'm saying? And rap today. You know what I'm saying? Rap today. So it's a lot of things happening, a lot of things scheduled for this month. We about to hit 420, so I don't know what y'all doing for 420, but it's a lot of things happening. All right. You in the metropolitan area, if you in the tri-state area, Raekwon, the chef, be out in the tri-state area, 18th, 19th, and the 20th. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday this weekend, things is happening. You know what I'm saying? So you get a chance to pull up over there. You go to Hashatoria out there in Jersey. You know what I'm saying? So 18, 19, 20 is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If you in Florida, you could pull up, see Cool Keep this weekend. A lot of people got a lot of things going on. I don't know where y'all gonna be at. But, it's gonna be ill. I'm telling you, it's gonna be ill. And Master Killah's performing this weekend up in Soho. So if you're in New York, you get a chance to see that. See what I'm saying? People pulling up everywhere. The week after that, be Harlem, be Brooklyn. You see Killah Priest. That next week. You know what I'm saying? Get a chance to see him rock in Brooklyn or catch Ghostface, Rebel INS, and everybody in Harlem. A lot of things happening. Yeah. It's about to be summertime. You understand what I'm saying? And it's about to be tourist season. So y'all know y'all gonna eat good. Gonna be a lot of good vibes, good vibrations happening. All right. You know what I'm saying? So let me show y'all. Shout out to Producer Plug. Producer Plug is one of my heroes. I seen him out in Hawaii making moves, making things happening, and all that. So record store day is kind of in line with I was doing last Wednesday, from Wednesday to Wednesday, right? So I wasn't here on the podcast for the wind down because I went to go see a man that I was looking to come to Cali to see so I could see him and Killah Priest on stage at the same time. You understand what I'm saying? So for everybody who went out there, I know Dave Flores, the Anu Mater, the master Anu Mater was out there in the building. So everybody who went to that concert, March, what was it, the 15th? Definitely pretty dope. Peace to the fan, peace Rich, peace to everybody who's coming in. This last Wednesday, that would be the 9th. If today is the 16th. In the building. This right here. Y'all see it? Share for that. So there was a concert out where I am. And next week we will get into some of the people between next week and the week after, some of the people that was out and about that participated on this balance tour for Master Killah. So I ain't have to use my kidney. That that half a good kidney I told you I still got. Yahe Beats in the building. I ain't have to use it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't have to use it. So I was out there at the concert and we'll converse with some of those opening acts. You know what I'm saying? Get conversing, seeing some of them opening acts and let them share their experience. They got some ill stuff going on out in Florida. So if you out there, if you happen to be in Florida and you want to link with some people that's really making some things happen, they're gonna come through and tell you about it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So I think 4 years ago now, I was on an interview on Instagram. I put it on my YouTube channel. Y'all can check that out. Do Knowledge Radio. I was on an interview with the legendary supremely talented Wu-Tang vocalist by the name of Blue Raspberry. You know what I'm saying? Jersey's own Blue Raspberry. And I was talking to her, and we were doing this interview. And shout out to Judah Priest for the assist. You understand what I'm saying? At Brooklyn Zoo Bully, Judah Priest for the assist. And during the interview, I told her, I said, I'm going to meet Master Killah. And I said that Master Killah's discussion is going to be a great discussion because of this discussion. So it's going to be even greater. So it's very, very interesting that about 4 years ago, I made a declaration that I would meet Master Killah. And because I spoke to Blue Raz, that it would be even greater. I tell you, by the will of our Creator, it was so. By the will of the Creator, it's so. They say life and death is in the power of the tongue. So think about what you speak over your life and what you speak into your life. Just be mindful. You know what I'm saying? Be mindful. So we were in the interview, and we shared our own recollections. Peace to Jody. Peace, Jody. How you feeling? In regards to Old Dirty, in regards to the Wu, in regards to some of my favorite joints, and her providing vocals very early on in the Wu-Tang saga. So whether it was Ice Cream, whether it was Heaven and Hell, whether it was Release Your Death, whatever it was in that discography that she was a part of, she was just sharing some of those interactions and how a lot of that went down. So we got to talking, and she shared a moment out of history. Shared a moment out of history. Aurora Borealis, peace. Shared a moment out of history with her connection with a.k.a. Unique, a.k.a. Old Dirty Bastard. And she also shared how she got her name and who was responsible for her name. She said when it happened, wherever it happened, it was coming out of the studio, and they were calling her, Candy, right? And it was like, yo, we gotta come up with a name for Candy. And as legend has it, the one we here for, the one we played for, gave her the name Blue Raspberry. So that's a little bit of Wu-Tang Clan hip hop history right there. Killah Priest is responsible for Blue Raspberry's name. So no surprise. You know what I'm saying? So that Leo Gemini energy, right? Our solar returns is 7 days apart. Blue Raspberry and I, so be dope. So yeah, 4 years ago, I said that I was gonna meet up with the High Chief Jamel Arif. You know what I'm saying? Just let him know. You understand what I'm saying? Gemini, we roll as twins, man. You understand? Shout out to Solo Gems, man. So went up there to the concert. The previous month I was out there. I got a chance to see Hakeem Green Channel live and the Blastmaster KRS-One perform. You understand? It was a beautiful experience out there. So shout out to that venue, the Abe, and it was nothing like seeing KRS-One's name on the marquee. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crumb TV. see KRS-One's name on the marquee, and then the following month to see this last Wu Wednesday Master Killer's name on the marquee. I'm saying it was dope. Definitely dope. Got some ill pictures, putting some of this some of these relics together. So I went into the concert and shout out to one of the opening acts. We'll get as many on here as we can between next week and the week after. Our brother was in the building. He was on the microphone performing, getting busy. Understand what I'm saying? He was on the microphone, getting busy, getting real busy. And he'll be on with us next week. And, hopefully some more of the opening acts that was out there. It was a show. It was a show. Normally you go to some places for for the person that you're going to see, and you're like, yeah, I hear all these people, but I'm here for who I'm here for. So shout out to the brother Jalik Amir. Dope. So I caught half of his first set. You know what I'm saying? Dope set. Then brother came on after him. Crazy. That concert was crazy. Mike Knox and all of the fam that was associated with this opening act on last, Wu Wednesday. I'll kind of save it for them when they come through, but it was dope. Telling you, the build up was great, the venue was great, and everybody was out there with an extreme amount of hunger. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it was a show you wouldn't want to miss. It was a show you wouldn't want to miss for the fam that's out there. And they rocked it. They rocked it from the time that the event started until they brought out Master Killer. And that's you understand, like being show ready and being able to sustain and do all those things that you're supposed to do in regards to that. That venue was thriving in that environment. And I seen everybody in there with a Wu-Tang shirt. Everybody. You understand? Like everybody. You know what I mean? Like everybody came in that joint and it was getting busy. It was going crazy. I'm telling you. The way that they, kind of curated this show was something epic. You know what I'm saying? I seen the husband and the wife, brother came from Palm Beach, came and rocked the mic. Hopefully they'll be on next week as well. They came and rocked the mic. It wasn't not like a husband and a wife getting on the stage rocking. He was rocking. I'm talking about rocking, like not playing, rocking that microphone. This lady got up there, rocked with him, and I told them that they embodied the essence of this tour. This tour is the name of this tour is called Balance, Master Killer's tour, right? Still more tour dates. So if y'all catch it anywhere, I'm telling you it's a phenomenal experience, and I'll tell you why in a second. So, the opening acts from the venue, people from Florida, they were up there getting busy, doing it 1-2, rhyming, collaborating. Brother came back on, Jalik came back on, did a couple of more joints with the brother who was on with his queen. You understand? So I was like telling you, like it was nonstop hip hop in the place. So this is, the opening act shows from the venue. Host was phenomenal. Then we get into the official acts with the brothers who's on the tour with Master Killer, traveling with them. And they get on. So I think if anybody clicked in and tuned in to that Instagram live I did from the venue, you got a chance to see the opening acts, the official opening acts that came with Master Killer. And between next week and the week after, we'll have them on as well. So it was really dope experience. So they came out, rocked the mic, and then after they had closed the curtains. You know what I'm saying? They had closed the curtains, and it was on some The Wiz or the Wizard of Oz. You know what I mean? Like it was on some Wiz or the Wizard of Oz type situation. And it was like, y'all ready for Killah? Y'all ready for Master Killah? And something just was like, yo, start chanting, Wu-Tang, 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 Wu-Tang. Because we heard Master Killah on Mystery of Chess Boxing. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm chanting, Wu-Tang. And then the crowd started rocking with me, Wu-Tang, 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 Wu-Tang. So it sounded like it was about 3 million of us up in there. You understand what I'm saying? And so they open up the curtain. Master Killah walks out, start going crazy. Nuts, I'm telling you. It's crazy. So I'm in the front with my phone and the album. You know what I'm saying? I'm out there with my phone and the album. Robbing out there. And it was an epic experience. A Master Killah performance is not something you ever want to miss in your life. You understand what I'm saying? So seeing everybody on their 1-2 doing what they do with that balance of lyrical supremacy and the presentation. You know, so you know we hear a lot of the artists y'all submit songs during the song promotion segment, and y'all make sure y'all come through and do it. Hearing you on the record or hearing you on the, I was about to say tape. Sheesh, I'm old. Hearing you on the record, tape, CD, whatever it is one thing. Hearing you on the stage is a whole nother thing. So your goal with this pen, this paper, however you transcribe those thoughts from your mind, from your mental, from your heavens mental to the page, and then from your page to the microphone to the stage, that's a whole nother thing. So to hear something that you loved on the record, to go out to the concert and get on that stage, I had to remember that. Gotta remember that. Gotta remember that the people are there and they paid their money to get into the venue. They got searched to come into the venue. They came there for the show. You understand? And if you do what you did on that microphone that brought them out to the venue to pay their money to see you, I guarantee you, they're going to want to see you again. And I'm telling you, all of the opening acts that performed, everybody that touched that microphone with that heat, they did just that. They did just, nobody disappointed. And whatever that they had for the people to purchase, it was gone. It was gone. So, living out one of my hip hop dreams, being on stage with the Iron Software Hip Hop Killer Priest, introducing them on the stage was something epic. But then seeing them on the stage, it's a whole nother thing. A whole nother thing. It ain't like the record. It ain't like the CD. It ain't like the tape. It's a one-on-one experience. If y'all was out there in Texas and y'all came down to Austin or y'all came down to San Antonio and seen them rock that stage, it's a whole nother level. Whole nother level. I had to get in the crowd. You understand? I wanted to be in the crowd with the people. You understand? Like my man said on Car Wash, he was like, I want to be out there with the men, Dad. That's what he said. I was in the crowd, man, and it was a Podcraft site, and it was like, "Oh, yo, that's knowledge born from the Podcraft." Now, mind you, I have my own platform, but the brother said, "Yo, that's knowledge born from the Podcraft." So I love being here. Beautiful thing, you know what I'm saying? So back to the concept, Master Killah is doing this 1-2, and the energy is so high. The energy is so high that everybody in the crowd knows every song that Master Killah does. Every song. They know every song. Every song. I was in that crowd, the same crowd. They knew every song that KRS-One did. There's a high that's coming off of the stage. There's a high that's coming off the stage that's reverberating from the microphone. And them being present, line for line. Moments we going back and forth, line for line. I'm going line for line. It's Master Killah. Come on. I'm rocking with him, rocking with the DJ. It's just a high, intoxicating energy, right? You know what I'm saying? So ever since I was about 14 years old, I heard Master Killah. You know what I'm saying? So hearing that live, just him. Heard the clan get down, everybody get down. Just hearing Master Killah. Just hearing Killer Freeze. Just hearing Jizza on the stage like that. Those moments, they're there. One of the greatest, hip hop memories in the world. So Killah doing is 1-2 on the microphone. And in the midst of it all, him and Cruz is rocking, and he stopped. And he gives us one of the greatest gifts that we could ever receive. We didn't even know we was getting no gift. We just thought that we were there at the concert to hear Master Killah perform. So he stops and he gives us the gift. And he comes up on the stage with the old earth for a.k.a. Unique. You understand? Like the balance tour. So the space of love, the space of originality, we here in this Florida space, and Mama Cherry, a.k.a. Unique's old earth. Rest in peace to a.k.a. Unique. Graces us with her presence on the stage. Y'all hear what I'm saying? We here to see Master Killah. And in the essence of seeing Master Killah, we get a chance to see Mama Cherry, the mother of Old Dirty Bastard. You understand? Life-changing event right there. You know what I'm saying? Life-changing event. If y'all never been around her, never felt that energy, I'm telling you, it was a different opportunity, a different, space right there. So we about to be in concert season. We about to be in concert season. We about to be in rare form. So wherever you can go to see something, to hear something, to be in the presence of something or someone great, I'm telling you, take advantage of it. Leverage it. I mean, I had the time of my life. And as soon as I said time of my life, the perfect place is into the building. You understand what I'm saying? Hip hop's perfect place. You know what I mean? One of the most multi-talented women I've ever been in contact with. She here to bless the podcast. I had to go watch the archives. You know what I'm saying? Live in the studio. I missed the opportunity to share the stage with her. You understand what I'm saying? But all things in divine alignment, all things in perfect timing. So let's give it up for the supreme vocalist. You know what I'm saying? Baltimore's own Niru, the fourth Fuji, is here.
Hey, peace, y'all. You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Hey, love to the podcast. I appreciate you sending the link and telling me to come through, inviting me out.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
So for those who ain't know, maybe they tuned in late. Maybe they caught a glimpse of you over there uh, in LA. What was it like for you? Your experience? You was out there multitasking through the
Mm-hmm.
multiverse, working, making connections, doing your thing. So get them a little snapshot of your sojourn out here in LA.
Okay. So first of all, LA is always like one of those places where it agrees with me. So I'm always like making moves and connecting and doing shows and interviews and things like that. This trip though was more me focusing on the move. So I'm moving to the West Coast in August. Um, yes, yes. So that was more like me connecting with the realtor. Um, Me also like connecting with Royal Priesthood, getting some tracks done. Of course, I connected with priests. I was on the podcast. Just really laying out the blueprint for when I come out there. So yeah, me, Lord Da Vinci, and Crip Jesus, we did like 6 joints. We locked in the joint with Planet Asia. That was cool. Um, Shoot, I did a couple like live in studio performances. Shout out to 1245. Shout out to Metaphor the Great. He was I connected with him while I was out there. We recorded some music. Also did a live in studio performance. So I was moving around. Like I'm such a busybody. I can't stay in one spot. My mother's like, "Yo, you need to sit down," and I'm like, "I got dreams I gotta chase. So we got things we gotta do." But yeah, it was a
Bars.
really dope experience. Really dope
The bar
experience.
right there.
Yeah. It's always a
So
good time connecting with the family.
what's a dope way for people who come from out of town to maximize their time from an artistic perspective out there in LA? Because I know it was a point where you was like, damn, I need a couple more days. You know what I'm
Nah, for
saying? I need a
sure.
couple more
Always.
days out here.
Yeah, always. I was thinking about extending my trip. But it's like that every time I go out there. So much opportunities. There's so many just events. There's so much just to do. So many people to connect with. But the best way that I would say to maximize is always send emails before you go out there. Maybe like a month or two ahead of time if you want to like book shows or interviews or meetings or whatever the case may be. But definitely connect with some people in the area ahead of time, whether it's a venue, whether it's a creator, photographer, whatever the case may be. Just definitely try to already have some things plugged in. But once you get down there, like I said, you're gonna be pulled left and right. It's gonna be opportunities. It's gonna be stuff popping up. You're gonna run into people. It's just one of those cities. So yeah, things was moving so fast. People was asking me like, "What did you do yesterday?" And I'm like, "I don't even remember." I gotta look through my pictures to see what I did because things just be moving so fast. So it's definitely one of those places to go to if you want to make some things work for yourself or like build a foundation for yourself.
Like August, we're gonna be in LA. Okay, so it's happening. You know what I'm
So
saying?
it's looking like.
So if y'all want to book us, y'all better book us now. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want to host, okay? If y'all want to host this, y'all want some curation. You understand? What my man Stranger? Shout out to Stranger. I gotta put this back on the screen real quick. Stranger found Killer Priest based off of ChatGPT.
Oh wow.
He was like, "Yo, I like these kind of artists." Maybe he said artist or artists. I don't know. I don't know what he said, but that was the prompt. He was like, "Yo, find me somebody similar to this right here." You know what I'm saying? And he hit in the building because Killer Priest, like he found us while we was playing more. He was like, "Yo, ChatGPT, bro." Like, normally you go to the joints where people is like, "Yo, such and such brought me here," or "I watched the episode," or whatever. And, how did ChatGPT bring you to the channel and we just happen to be live?
Yeah,
It's the
that's
illest thing
crazy.
ever. The illest
It's
thing
meant.
ever. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's meant. Nah, that's dope. Like, I didn't even know. I mean, I know people use ChatGPT for a lot of different things, but that's kind of
Yeah.
dope how they have that information where they can just, yo, check out this person. I think you would like them. You know what I mean? But definitely check out KP. His music, he got a wide, like, extended discography. So you'll definitely find something that you would like, within his discography. So definitely check it out. A lot of knowledge. More than likely, you'll probably have to take notes while you're listening. Google some stuff. But yeah, it's definitely, we love to have you.
Word. So we got the special guest by special request, man. Y'all was asking for him. He's here in the building. Understand what I'm saying? He's here in the building. One of the brothers I've known for at least almost 2 decades now. And every time I seen our brother out in the trenches, he had that war cloud energy. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so whether he was teaching us something to resurrect us from a mentally dead state, or he was giving us some food for us to be nourished. You see what I'm saying? So he here to do both today. So
Okay.
I'm gonna give way to Billy Zone. I call him. So if y'all got a problem with me saying it, come holler at me. You understand? I'm good with it. We got hip hop's war cloud in the building. The tribal minister, Crown Prince Shar Lan'Diin, affectionately known in the YouTube streets as the Mighty Hebrew.
Dope, dope, dope.
Shalom, shalom, Lord, shalom.
Hey,
It's
what's
kind
family?
of like an echo because if people don't have their mic muted, there's an echo. Shalom to the Elohim. Shalom, Allah. How you feeling? And
Peace,
shalom to
Lord.
the
Peace,
Queen.
peace.
Shalom to the Queen.
Peace, family.
Oh man, it's just a lovely day over here in East Africa. Tanzania is like 4:06 p.m. over here. Shout out to all my comrades from, Philly Zone, Zombie Land. So what's going on, boy on the law? Talk to me.
We in the building, man. We here for you. I just was sharing a little bit of my journey over here with the Master Killer concert. You know what I'm saying? I was hype in the building. You know what I'm saying? Near for Fuji Royal Priesthood, she was sharing, her story in regards to, coming out of LA. So we got this through line in regards to you. You know what I mean? Like we heard of Braxis, you know what I'm saying? We heard of Braxis and Austin Henry Layard, you got one of the illest shout outs ever. You understand what I'm saying? Like one of the illest shout outs ever. So, we here. Hip hop brought us here, Wu-Tang brought us here, but we here in the presence of the Most High. You understand what I'm saying? So I want to give way to you to be able to do what you do in the way that only you can do it. You see what I'm saying? So let's talk a little hip hop. Let's talk the history of hip hop, the true origins of hip hop, as done from the scholastic angle that you about to bring it. So you know what I'm saying. Let the family know what's going on.
First and foremost, I give all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Those striving for righteousness' sake, I say into the family, globally and universally, Shalom Aleichem, Islam, Otzah, Mujamba, Mambo, giving all praise and honor to Yahweh. And so shout out to Killah Priest. Before I go here real quick, just a brief synopsis who I am. Everybody know me affectionately as the Mighty Hebrew on the YouTube streets. I'm known as the tribal minister Nasik Prince Shar Lan'Diin, Benami Matazaryam ben Yasharahla. For over 28 years, I was a direct understudy of the late international ambassador and prime minister of the Kingdom of Yah, Nasik or Prince Asiel ben Shaliach ben Yisrael. He was one of the 3 founding members of the Kingdom of Yah that's stationed in Dimona, Israel, northeastern Africa. The 3 founding members was the late Adonenu, Rabbeinu ben Ami ben Yisrael Amushiach. Y'all know him as Ben Ami. Then you had the Chancellor, Dean of Affairs, the founder of the School of the Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa, Prince Dr. Shaliat Ben Yahuda, and then you had the Shot Greer, the international Prime Minister, Prince Asiel Ben Shaliat Ben Yisrael. I sat under these great master teachers that left from the Chicago, Detroit, New York, Philadelphia area, roughly around 1967. We migrated 20 miles outside of Monrovia, Liberia, stayed there for 2.5 years to break the nigger spells that had us decapitated throughout the wilderness of the United States. After the 2.5-year period, 1969, we start influxing in Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa, Tel Arab, Mitzpeh, Ramon, Jericho, and other parts of Israel to establish the coming of the kingdom of Yah amongst foundational Black Americans, a.k.a. the tribe of Judah. Hallelujah. So I want to give accolades to all the elders or the Zakwanim that came before me to give me way in this culture for over 33 years to bring this information that I'm bringing in tonight. Well, the picture that y'all see right here, right, is my uncle, the late Rufus Hawley. Rufus Hawley and my grandmother on my mother's side are brother and sister. Rufus Hawley is the founder of jazz bagpipe playing. He made transition in 2006, late 2006. The last project he did was with Black Thought, Questlove, and them from the Roots. I'm gonna give a shout out to Black Thought. Me and Black Thought, we go back many years when, you know, we was all, you know, powwowing under an organization called Flying Objects. Flying Objects consisted of Malik B, may he rest in completeness. The Roots, they used to be called Strictly Square Roots. Bahamadia, Dice Raw, Affiliation, Soul and Cosmic, Exodus Leviticus, Sheliano, with who y'all know he was on 106 in Park. He was on the original like SmackDown, not SmackDown, excuse me, Too Hard for the Streets. A lot of people don't know that battle rapping and being recorded that started in Philly. And then later on, you see Smack and them getting involved. Shout out to Mike Knox. I heard earlier you spoke on Mike Knox. You know what I mean? Shout out to Mike Knox. You know he doing his thing. Keep doing your thing, all Philly artists. But yeah, getting back to the point as to what I was saying, this is my grandmother's brother. He created bagpipe jazz playing, which is respected all over the world. In the jazz world, he did some stuff with the Roots. I worked with the Roots many, many years ago, opening up in the Fever Club. I opened up for Onyx, different people, Poor Righteous Teachers. Shout out to Killah Priest, who actually discovered me on MySpace. Ooh, we talking probably close to 20 years ago. And he had a group known as G-Cyples. I was a part of that. But, you know, I was just featuring on other people's stuff. And then from there, 2021, I came out with my own album called Mine, which is an acronym that means mental is never destroyed. Then 2023, I came out with the album Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon. 2024, I came out with the album War Cloud. And then 2025, I just dropped my single, King Hezekiah, for the up and coming album that's coming out in May called Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. To say all that is to say, you know, my background and work with many artists that, you know, and shout out to the original Children of Israel, Nasi Yabok and them. That was the first album that you hear me on with Lord Malachi with Concrete Jungle. So I want to give a shout out to them. But to say all that, once again, is to say that I'm well equipped to speak about the true origins of hip hop. And what I'm about to display tonight, first and foremost, I want to let everybody know that this PowerPoint, it's not out of malice. It's not none of that. This is to really give the true original origins of hip hop, because we've heard many cliches. We heard Fat Joe say that hip hop was 50-50. Latinos, meaning Puerto Ricans in this retrospect, and quote unquote blacks, or FBA, Foundational Black Americans, African Americans, whatever name you want to call us, Black Americans. Much respect to 50, Fat Joe, I mean. We see, you know, Busta Rhymes saying that hip hop came from Jamaica. We heard this man say this out of his mouth. We see Evil D saying the same thing. We see Pete Rock saying the same thing, right? I beg to differ. I'm saying that hip hop was created by Black Americans, African Americans in the southeast section of the Bronx, not from the West Bronx, not from the South Bronx, but the southeast section of the Bronx in a project known as Bronxdale Projects. And it was born from out of a gang culture known as the Black Spades. We're going to get into all this as we develop. Much respect to DJ Kool Herc. Much respect to Grandmaster Flash. Much respect to African Bambaataa in the retrospect of hip hop. But I beg to differ. I don't support that they're the godfathers of hip hop. I acknowledge they are the second generation of hip hop. I'm saying live and direct that the godfather of hip hop is DJ Disco King Mario. So we're going to get into that as we develop. So as y'all see my uncle right here. Peep the twist like Oliver. Y'all see him with the tabula on his head, or the zakwan, the turban on his head, the shield of David. My uncle was one of the first in my family to identify himself openly as a Hebrew Israelite from the records that I see. And we first see this roughly around 1956. And then when you look on many of his album covers, you will see him representing the children of Israel, even throughout his album covers. May my great uncle rest in completeness within the Azuletic world of existence and pure will. God body, can you take it to the next slide, please? Because we're going to get it in.
One second before we continue, I want to give Nero an opportunity for the Empress to say her goodbyes because she got to bounce. So, Nero, tell them where to find you.
Yeah, thank you again for having me. Much love to everybody. I'm so mad that I'm about to miss this. I'm gonna definitely, when I get off work, I'm gonna check it out, run it back, because I feel like this is very important. I've never heard this particular story, but I do want to, be able to get the knowledge as well. Just as far as, I don't know, I think it's really dope. You're talking about I'm not sure if you said your uncle or your grandfather, but him being like a powerful figure in jazz, and you said your uncle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to definitely run it back. I'm going to keep my eyes on it. It was nice meeting you too. I'm going to tap in with you on Instagram. But yeah, much love, y'all. Hope everybody have a beautiful night.
Peace. Near road. Perfect place. All right, my Hebrew. Pardon that.
You want to say anything before I continue?
Look, I got the Birdman hand rubs going on. You understand what I'm saying? Birdman hand rubs. So I told y'all we about to get a master class. You ain't gonna get this class like this no place else. So tell somebody in the interim that Prince Shar Lan'Diin, the tribal minister, hip hop war cloud, is here giving us an epic master class. I'm telling y'all don't want to miss this. Tell somebody we here right now.
Absolutely. I'm back. So again, this is a picture of my uncle, the late Rufus Harley. You see him with the turban on. You see him with the shield of David. You know what I mean? With famous saxophonists. Oh, man. Forgive me, everybody. I forgot. What's his name? Collins. Something Collins. He's a respected saxophonist worldwide. They worked together for many years. Go to the next slide, because we're going to get it in. We're going to really find out the true origin of hip hop. Again, this is one of my uncle's album covers right there, and you can already see that he was consciously aware even back in the 60s, the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Go to the next slide. We're just showing a few images, and that's him again. you know, with Collins. You see him with the turban on his head again. You see him born in law with the 6. You know what I mean? Everything, if we talk in mathematics, everything in sacred geometry, everything is predicated on a 6. Snowflakes, honeycombs, the pencil, you know, aspirin, you know, when you're talking about medication. And in the center is the 7. And the 7, even in the supreme mathematics in the nation of gods and earth, 7 is equated to God or Elohim embodied in human form. You see what I'm saying? So we see the science. And when you're talking about the bagpipes, one might say, damn, why is your uncle dealing with the bagpipe? And anybody that deal with the true history of Ireland or Alberia or Hiberia, you know what I'm saying? They'll understand that there were, you know, people that were of melanated skin that were rulers in that land during the Dark Ages. So we talking roughly around the 5th century ACE to the 15th century ACE. Next slide. Some people call them Moors, whatever. So now let's get to the point. Again, this is a, you know, that this is no disrespect. And I have to make that clear because I don't want nobody to misconstrue me that I'm saying that Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans did not contribute to hip hop, because they did. Yes, Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans contributed to hip hop. There's no getting around it. What I'm saying is they're not the creators of hip hop. That's what I'm saying. And I'm going to show it. So we have this triad, God, body, head, seat of hip hop. And the story goes that, you know, in the West Bronx section, Kool Herc had his first party in 1973. And this is supposed to be the spark of hip hop, right? This is what we hear. This is the story that we hear. And we see Africa Bambaataa, right? And he's the founder of the Zulu Nation. Now, he's not the founder of the first Zulu Nation. The first Zulu Nation doesn't come out of New York. The very first Zulu Nation come out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 1966. The second Zulu Nation comes in Ohio out of an African-American biker group known as the Zulu Nation in 1969. Then in the early 1970s, Bambaataa, being inspired by the Michael Caine movie Zulu, came up with the first Zulu Nation. Originally, when we study African Bambaataa's history, we have to understand the atmosphere of the Bronx socially. And to understand what was going on in the Bronx, okay, in the west section of the Bronx, the southeast section of the Bronx, the west section of the Bronx, we have to go back to the 1960s, during the Black Power movement, during the Civil Rights movement. And at this time, funk music was very, very dominant at that time. And gang culture in the Bronx, along with Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and other parts of the world, were infested with gang culture, okay? Originally, African Bambaataa was a savage nomad, which was a gang in the Bronx. Later on, he would become absorbed in the Black Spades, and he became war chief of the 10th Division of the Black Spades in the Bronx. But for us to truly understand hip hop, we cannot start with the 10th Division. We have to start with the 0th Division of the Black Spades in the southeast section of the Bronx, in a project known as Bronxdale Projects. We must study 2 subdivisions within the Black Spades. One, the Baby Spades, who were originally known as the Little Rascals, that was absorbed inside the Baby Spades. Hold on, I'm sorry, y'all. Somebody just tried. Okay. the baby spades that was Green-Eyed Genie, also known as Light-Eyed Stan or Green-Eyed Stan. Booby, also known as the Little Drummer Boy, also known today as DJ Fades. The young spades we got to look up to is people like Young Jack, right? Young Black Jack and all them. But the focus of the black spades who we have to look at is not the leader guru, but we have to look at a man by the name of DJ Disco King Mario. There's been misinformation that been put out there. Hopefully DJ Disco King Mario's daughter comes on tonight. Shout out to Mina. I've done a lot of projects with DJ Disco King Mario's daughter. I did speak to her. So hopefully she'll be coming on later on during this program here to give, you know, living testimony of the legacy of her father, the true godfather of hip hop. Okay. DJ Disco King Mario was not half Puerto Rican. Crazy Legs had to correct that because word was, you know, he was half Puerto Rican, half black. No. Disco King Mario is all FBA. He's originally from the Carolinas. He migrated into New York roughly around 1967, around that time, and became absorbed in the Black Spades in the Bronxdale projects, okay? It was the baby spades of this time, roughly around 1970, that started to develop the two turntables and the mic. The rapping, imitating rappers such as Pygmy Martin, the Jubilaires, Pygmy Martin with Here Comes the Judge, that's 1968. Who got that number? 1969. The Jubilaires with the Noah song, 1946. We're going to get into all that as we develop. So these baby spades, and I'm glad you put it on there. This is the true godfather of hip hop right here. DJ Disco King Mario. Anybody that understands the true origins of hip hop would know that DJ Disco King Mario is the founder of hip hop. The elements of hip hop, you have what? Breaking, which is inclusive with pop locking, rapping, DJing, right? Graffiti, right? Knowledge. These 5 elements of hip hop existed in foundational Black American communities or African American communities before it became codified in a culture in the southeast section of the Bronx. Kool Herc's sister's boyfriend was a black spade. Kool Herc used to go to a place called The Puzzle, roughly around 16 years old, 1971. He used to go to Bronxdale parties, jams. They used to call it the jams, and used to watch DJ Disco King Mario. He used to watch because his sister would take him over to Bronxdale because his sister was dealing with a black spade. When the black spade started to fall apart, they broke down into crews. So you had crews such as the Casanovas. The Casanovas were known to do the security, even to this day, of some of the most popular MCs and entertainers in the world. Okay. Then you have the Chuck Chuck City crew. The Chuck Chuck City crew was established by DJ Disco King Mario. One of his close comrades was a Puerto Rican by the name of DJ Tex Hollywood. That is the first Puerto Rican DJ on record, is DJ Tex Hollywood. And he was a black spade absorbed into Black American culture, which was the dominant culture at that time. We're going to get into all this as I continue to develop. A lot of people don't know DJ Disco King Mario brought out DJ Kid Capri. DJ Disco King Mario brought out Busy B, right? DJ Disco King Mario brought out Bambaataa. This is the history that we don't know. DJ Disco King Mario was the very first one to bring the jams outside. These are just historical facts, okay? It was DJ Disco King Mario that was packing these jams and was bringing it out 1970, 1971 at these rec centers, so to say. And later on, it became introduced to the West Bronx section, okay? So we have here DJ Disco King Mario. May he rest in completeness within the Azuletic world of existence and pure will. He made transition 1994, and he became white from out of the memory of people. So in our minds, we think the founders of hip hop is Bambaataa, Flash, and Herc, not understanding that all three of these men were understudiers of DJ Disco King Mario. Now, the godfather, so to say, of hip hop would be, in fact, James Brown. James Brown is from Georgia, okay? He's originally from out of Georgia. And we got to look at the atmosphere at the time. You remember, they call James Brown the godfather of soul, right? Because you got to remember, during the Black exploitative movies, James Brown music was featured in stuff like Black Caesar, Black Godfather, all these different things. So he went from being the father of soul to the godfather of soul, right? Aligning with that Black exploitative moment. So during the 60s, you had something called, in late 60s, early 70s, well, it was the late 60s actually, soul power. So when these Black spades was imitating James Brown, they was imitating the Black Power movement organizations and all that, because the original Black spades was originally a youth revolutionary oriented movement, originally, okay? And also, so, and I forgot to say one more thing. With the Black spades breaking down into crews, I said you had the Casanovas, DJ Disco King Mario, where his man DJ Tex Mars and other Black spades, they created something called the Chuck Chuck City Crew. And then you had Bambaataa, who would later develop Zulu Nation. And out of the Zulu Nation, you had the 5 Zulu Masters. The 5 Zulu Masters would later become known as the 11 Zulu Kings. The 5 Zulu Masters were all Black spades, former Black spades. And to become a Zulu king, you had to battle or break dance against another Zulu master. And then you had the 11 Zulu masters. Shout out to my old head, Charlie Rock, who was also a part of the original 11 Zulu masters. He came later, but the original Zulu king started with 5 Zulu masters, but they were all former Black spades. So getting back to James Brown now, in this era, folk music, the civil rights movement, the Black Power movement, I'm going to show you how the Great Migration from the 30s and 40s, mainly the 40s, influxing into the Bronx, influxing into Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, influxing into New Jersey and things of that nature. This was all FBA, Foundational Black American, Afro-American, African-American, Tribe of Judah, Moorish culture, whatever you want to call us. I'm putting these names out there so nobody feels left out. This is the birth of hip hop. The birth of hip hop must start with a root. And the root of this is by the way of funk music. And the quote unquote godfather of this would be James Brown. Go to the next slide, brother. And I know y'all that made me famous for saying next slide. I'll be seeing y'all comments again. We got James Brown, the godfather of soul, right? Because I have to put y'all in the atmosphere so y'all can understand the true origin of hip hop. Like hip hop didn't just come just out of nowhere. Hip hop was a resistant movement that was created by preteens and teens. It was a youth-oriented movement from out of a revolutionary youth-oriented movement known as the Black Spades. Later, it took a different turn when a man by the name of Monk, one of the original founders of the Black Spades, took the Black Spades into a different direction. Geopolitically, I'm not privileged to talk about all that. So that should be focused with them. I'm only here to talk about hip hop. So you had, after Guru being the founder of the revolution, youth-oriented movement, the Black Spades. Later, the Black Spades took a different direction by the way of, Monk. He took that to a different direction. The geopolitics of that is their business to speak about, not me. So let's go to the next slide. You got soul power, which influenced the Black Spades, and they started to say, spade power, spade power. You see what I'm saying? I want to give a shout out to the scoreboard keepers. Also want to give a shout out to the culture. Give a shout out to all those striving for righteousness' sake when it comes to the true origin of hip hop. Shout out, we on the podcast, Killah Priest podcast. I want to give a special shout out to AD, Killah Priest, Born in Law, for having me come on here doing this PowerPoint. So you see that soul power. We got to look at the atmosphere at the time to really understand the origin of hip hop. We have to understand what was going on at that time. We don't want to just say, oh, it's just founded by Blacks and Puerto Ricans, when that's not true. That's not true. Historically, that's not true. And then we got to understand gang culture at that time. Because one of the ways that the gang started to come together, one of the Savage Schools, I believe the group was the Savage Schools, was murdered, and that was a man by the name of Black Benny. And this caused a big meeting to take place on Hope Avenue in the Bronx to unify these gangs, even though that wasn't the starting process where it wasn't like the very start where all the gangs just came together, because it was still war for a time being. But that was the very first starting process of trying to unify these gangs. And you clearly see DJ Disco King Mario there, even in the pictures. So we know DJ Disco King Mario been around for a long time. So we see this soul power right here. Next slide. We see this soul power with James Brown, because I have to get y'all to understand that folk music played a major role in the development of hip hop. Y'all remember the great 45 King? Y'all remember, though, if y'all listen to a lot of Pete Rock beats, all the pioneers that took music to another level, you see on the East Coast a lot of James Brown being sampled. On the West Coast, you see Parnham and Funkadelic, right? You see these African-American funk music, Sun Ra Orchestra. We're going to get in all that. Go to the next slide, Allah. Now we're at the last poets. Shout out to Dawid Ben Yisrael, also known as David Nelson, the founder of the Last Poets. Close comrade of mine. I was able to bring the founder of the Last Poets on Scoreboard Keepers. podcast. It was a nice, beautiful show on there. But the last poets are very, very important because Dawid ben Yisrael, also known as David Nelson, the founder of the last poets, is known as the god of rap or the godfather of rap. Let me give y'all a little quote, a little bar from the last poets back in 1969. They say something like, automatic, systematic, mode control, genetics, synthetics, demand your soul. Automatic, systematic, mode control, genetics, synthetics, demand your soul. Automatic, systematic, mode control, genetics, synthetics, demand your soul. They were saying this in the 60s. If y'all listen to Last Poets, the song Nigga, This Is Madness, you already see this process. Now, there was a Puerto Rican by the name of Lupe, that became a part of the Last Poets later. He replaced David Nelson, the founder of the Last Poets. This is the same one that created what became known as the Young Lords, which was basically like an off branch of the Black Panthers. Okay. Later, David Nelson comes back, also known as Dawid ben Yisrael, who's also a part of the African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem, and he's a direct understudy of the late Ben Ami too. He came back and it became two last poets, even though they all were last poets. But you might have something known as the original last poets, and then you have the last poets. But they play a major role in hip hop, a major role. We see Common with the song The Corner. You got featuring Kanye West and the Last Poets. Y'all remember the song The Corner, and you see the Last Poets around fire dropping poetry. So you got to remember, even the spoken word poetry, all that was vibing in the 60s when this consciousness of change was developing in the Black American communities. See, we got to look at the dominant culture at the time. Yes, Hispanics and Jamaicans contributed, but they contributed within a dominant culture at the time, which was Black American culture. There was a certain way we walked and talked and did things. It was called jive talk. We're going to get in that. Go to the next slide, Lord. So we see these last poets here. Let me get that next slide, God body. We see the last poets again on the rooftop of Harlem. You know what I'm saying? We see the last poets chilling. Give me another slide. I'm just giving y'all now that, no, go back to that. Go back. Before you get to him, go back. Y'all right there. So you see the last poets right there. The center is Zaquain Dawid ben Yisrael, also known as David Nelson. That is the founder of the last poets. He's the founder. Okay. They're originally from Detroit. He's originally from Detroit. A lot of the last poets, most of them, they from down the Midwest and down South. But they found the last poets 1968 in Harlem, New York. Okay. And that's make it clear. They'll put out there, yeah, you know, Lupe, he Puerto Rican, but that's make it clear he's an Afro-Latino. So let's make that clear, right? So we see the last poets right there. Go to the next slide, where you see David ben Yisrael, also known as David Nelson. He's solo now. Go to the next picture, my Lord. That's him right there with his key power on. I just talked to him 5 days ago. We gonna surprise y'all. He about to make a special appearance on the show. I ain't gonna say the show name because I want it to be a surprise. The last poet is about to be interviewed by somebody, but I don't want to say who it is right now. I'm just gonna wait, right? But shout out to the last poets. So he is known in the academic consensus as the father of rap. Him right there, David Nelson, an FBA, a foundational Black American. Okay, go to the next slide because we have to deal with the atmosphere that was going on. Go to the next slide, my lord. To the Rabbah, Doni. If you can go to the next picture, that'll be perfect. I hope everybody's enjoying the PowerPoint presentation. I'm just getting warmed up. Okay. No, it wasn't Gil Scott. That you might have heard people say that, but we talking about on record. It's actually David Nelson. You know what I mean? Gil Scott. Could you go to the next slide? And I'm glad you brought up Gil Scott because he will be mentioned. So as you see right here, real quick, Allah, because I can't see it. If possible, could you read that quotation right there for me? Because I can't, let me see if I can see it. Can you see it? I think, yeah, it's kind of small for me. Because right now I'm on my phone, I'm not using my laptop. Right, okay. I need you to go back to that slide because that slide is very important. Yeah, right there. I need that. I'm trying to read it. Oh man, I can't really see it, but I can explain it. If the guy can't read it, I can explain it. So this right here is coming from Wikipedia, and it's just breaking down the founders of the last poets. And the founding father of the last poets is David Nelson, also known as David ben Yisrael, as you can see right there, with the source material from the Wikipedia. I don't recommend Wikipedia in the sense of researching and saying, see, it come from Wikipedia. No, when you go to Wikipedia, you got to look at the primary that they're using to back up what they're saying. So right here, it breaks down, you know, the last poets, who the last poets were, how they developed, and the founder. Now you can go to the next slide. I believe the next slide, you're going to see Gil Scott Heron. Go to the next slide. Allah, born Allah. So when he takes us to the next slide, you're going to see Gil Scott Heron. And I'm glad somebody in the audience, they brought up Gil Scott. And he definitely plays a major part in the origins of hip hop as well. You know what I mean? And as a historian, I tell the truth. He was raised in Chicago. His mother was a quote unquote African American, and his father was Jamaican. A lot of people don't know that about Gil Scott Heron. Gil Scott Heron's father was Jamaican, and his mother was African American. But again, we got to look at the dominant culture. Gil Scott was absorbed in Black American culture. What was dominant at the time in Chicago? You had the conservative vice lords, the gangster disciples, right? You know, Black Peace Stone, Israelite Stones. Yeah, y'all didn't know that? Y'all didn't know they had the Israelite Stones? A lot of people don't know the person that y'all call Jeff Ford that found the El Rucas out in Chicago he was an understudy of the late Nasik Yaakov, right? Or Yitzhak. No, Nasi Yaakub, a.k.a. Prince Yak. And he sat amongst Israelites for many years. Jeff Ford, that was his mentor. Prince Yak. They came from out of a school in Chicago, Illinois, known as B'nai Zakwain. And they also had a subdivision within it, some people call the Israelite Stones. But that's another story, another topic. And later on, we know Jeff Ford, he went to prison, came out, found the El Rukas. We know that whole story. Could you go to the next slide, Allah? Are you there? So we see Gil Scott. We can't forget, we have to set a foundation. To understand hip hop, we have to understand the root of hip hop. The root of hip hop was funk music. The root of hip hop was the Black Power movement. The root of hip hop was the Civil Rights movement. The root of hip hop is the Black American experience in the United States of America. That's the root of hip hop. Next slide. We see Gil Scott Heron again with the Afro representing 360 degrees, a universal knowledge, and also representing that soul power. Because you got to remember, during the time of the 60s, remember, we got James Brown, I'm Black and I'm proud. The atmosphere was pure Black American culture. And you see the processes being thrown out the window, and you see in the Afro representing that non-ether energy, Elohim on earth, right? That's the Black American experience. That's why y'all have pictures of DJ Tex Hollywood, even though he's an Afro-Latino, Puerto Rican, he was absorbed in Black American culture. That's why you see the Afro. Look at Gil Scott. He's not representing Jamaican culture. He's representing Black American culture. Even though his father was a former soccer player / Jamaican, and his mother was, but he was raised on his mother's side in Chicago. So he's absorbed in Black American culture. He's absorbed in this funk. He's absorbed in this jazz. He's absorbed in this bebop and doo-wop and rock and roll, all this going on at the time. Revolution. That's why, yeah, the revolution won't be televised. All this is Black American culture that's going to help to shape and born hip hop. See, when people talk about hip hop, they always want to start you at 1973 at Kool Herc's party. Much respect. But the question never is brought up, what was going on the day before Kool Herc's party? That's what people will never bring up. So they give this blanket commercial media 50 years of hip hop. And shout out, and again, this is not stepping on nobody's toes. I want to give a big shout out to KRS-One, the master, the blast master. If y'all haven't listened to it yet, y'all need to go listen to his new album, The Temple of Hip Hop. Dope album. Dope album. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, as a historian, as a social anthropologist, I have to be correct, right, and exact, and give the people the truth. Hip hop did not start in 1973. We have the starting date, 1971. When you talk to the founders, I'm in direct contact with some of the first founders of breakdancing. I give you some names. Trixie, A1 Star Child Sasa, right? These are the founders of this genre of dance. Originally, it was called burning. We're going to get into that as we develop. When you talking Rock Steady Crew, that's 1979. That's later. When you talking about New York City Breakers, all that's later. We talking about the first original B-boy. Originally, it didn't mean breakdance boys. It really meant Bronxdale boys. And then later, it took another element from Kool Herc. B-boy became break boys. And he had a sound system known as the Herculoid. And you're going to see later that this name became associated with the first B-boy dancers that became known in the lost and found history of hip hop. They became known as the Herculoids. So you're talking about cats like Dancing Dub, James Bond, the Nigga Twins, also known as the Legendary Twins, right? Trixie, Sasa. And you're going to see the original breakdancing or burning came from either the gang culture of the Black Spades with the 52 locks or 54 locks. You're going to see all that as we develop. So go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. So now we have here Sun Ra Orchestra. I want to give a shout out to the late Zaquane Abshalom Ben Shalomo, who was an original member of Sun Ra Orchestra, who later moved to Dimona, Israel, Northeast Africa. I get into him a little bit later on, but he just made transition within the Osmoletic world of existence and pure will roughly around 8 months ago. Okay. And I know him personally, not him on the screen, but one of the original saxophonists that come from out of the Sun Ra Orchestra. We're getting it at as we develop. But as you see right here, you see Sun Ra Orchestra. And Sun Ra Orchestra is the founding father, you know, when it comes to exhibiting this funk on stage and connecting this concept of extraterrestrial / interdimensional beings coming from other planets by the way of spaceships. This is why when you see any of the concerts of the Sun Ra Orchestra, you see this elaborate expedition in their concerts with spaceships coming down. You see that adaptation you Panem and Funkadelic and later Africa Bambaataa. Go look at the video Planet Rock. Go look at the way African Bambaataa was dressed. You will see that he got that directly from Sun Ra Orchestra and Panem and Funkadelic. That's just, remember the funk. We talking the funk. And Sun Ra, quiet as it's kept, was the very first teacher of the late, great Walter Williams. He was actually Walter Williams' first teacher, this man right here, from Sun Ra Orchestra, okay? And Sun Ra, he believed that he was an incarnation of an Egyptian god that came from planet Saturn. Remember, one of the 5 elements of hip hop is knowledge. See, I'm gonna bring all this in as I develop to show that hip hop was originally founded by African Americans, Moors, Israelites from the tribe of Judah, Black Americans, whatever name you want to call those that came by the way of the transatlantic slave, came off the transatlantic slave ships in Jamestown, Virginia, 1619. I am saying what makes an African American is them descendants of slaves that came off the slave ships in 1619, and many of them amalgamated with the Southeast Indians of the United States, such as your Chippewas, your Wasatchos, your Blackfoots, your Apaches, your Mohawks, your Cherokees, and mixing and thus born in the African American experience. That's exactly what I'm saying, right? This is why you have many African Americans say, oh, I got Indian in me. So it's not a strange thing to see two movements within the Black American experience. You see those that reconnect back to West Africa, Israel, things like that. And then you're also seeing this rise of the Aboriginal movement, right? But these two really go hand in hand. Both sides are correct. We are indigenous to the United States, but we also indigenous to Israel and West Africa too. But that's another topic, another discussion. But I just want y'all to see this Black American experience. And you see this Sun Ra orchestra, right, taking place. And this man, Sun Ra, believing himself to be an incarnation of Egyptian gods coming from planet Saturn. That's why when you look at this image right here, what do you see? You see sacred geometry all throughout this imagery right here. You see that triangle, right, which is the apex, or what is known in Kabbalistic thought, the Keta, right, the crown. And then you see Saturn shining behind him, right, with the halo around Saturn, which he's saying is the highest peak of universal and manifesting on Earth planetary consciousness through funk. And the funk is the rhythm that is given the power spark to come from one dimension to another. This is the idea of funk music that's going to born through the pains and sorrows and tribulation of the Black American experience, their son and daughter, known as hip hop. Hip hop is born from the lowest degree of our existence as it pertains to the struggle, the pain, as a woman in travail, in birth. That is Black America born in her child, hip hop. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. Let's see that. You see Sun Ra Orchestra again. Look at the imagery. So we could see the ideas of Bambaataa. We could see it. It didn't just come out of a vacuum. There had to be those before him to help shape this idea of being God on earth through the funk. Y'all gotta hear me. When you look at Wu-Tang, the B-boy stairs that come from the gods, you're gonna see that hip hop was a vehicle to help shape God on earth to another level of consciousness through this Black American experience. We're going to see this as we develop. Next slide. Go to the next picture. So I'm just waiting for Born the Law. It might be a delay. So if you hear me, okay. So here's a picture of the late, great Sun Ra Orchestra saxophonist, Zaquin Absalom Ben Shalomo. On the top, you see my symbol, the mighty Hebrew. And down the bottom, who do you see? You see myself. You see next to me on the far right, Zaquin Absalom Ben Shalomo, one of the original members of the Sun Ra Orchestra. In the picture with me, in the back, you see the Master Jewel. On towards the left in the center, standing up, you see the late great Prince, International Ambassador and Prime Minister, Prince Asiel bin Shaliat bin Israel. And then on the far left, you see one of Prince Asiel's sons. And we're in Dimona, Israel, northeastern Africa. This was in 2022. We're in Israel, in Dimona. And you see me, squatting down with the purple turban on my head. So I talked directly to one of the founding members of the Sun Ra Orchestra who just made transition. He's not only one of the original members, he's also original founder. Okay. And he made transition. Okay. He wound up leaving, from the Sun Ra Orchestra. He left because of his calling, and he returned to Dimona, Israel, northeastern Africa, and became a direct understudy of the late Ben Ami. You see David Nelson, a.k.a. Dawid Ben Yisrael, doing the same thing. One of the original members and the original founder of the Last Poets doing the same thing. Do you see this connection? Because remember, one of the 5 elements is knowledge. And I'm going to show later how the Hebrew Israelite nation, the Moor Science Temple, the nation gods and earths, right? Black power, Kemetic science, all that plays a major role in the development of hip hop within the element. I'm saying there are more elements than the 5 elements. We got martial arts, fashion, but we're only going to focus on the 5 elements that are being used in the temple of hip hop amongst the blast master care, S1, the teacher, Bamba, the order. Basically, the academia case when it defines hip hop. Okay, go to the next slide. Go to the next picture, please. And I pray that everybody that's watching this, y'all enjoying this. Again, this is strictly for educational purposes only. This has nothing to do with who's right, who's wrong. I want to debate. I want to do this. There's nothing to debate because hip hop was found by African Americans. This doesn't have anything to do with Tariq Nasheed said this, microphone check that. No, we are going to the actual founders of hip hop out of their own mouth. And they say these things. So we're going to get into that. We're going to get into Crazy Legs and JoJo and all them from Rocksteady Crew. When we talk about Soul Child of Rock and, Star Child of Rock and all them, what they originally said out their own mouth, that hip hop was found by Black Americans, and it was Kool Herc that brought hip hop to the surface because originally it was underground amongst Black Americans. You had a few Hispanics, they would come from time to time. This is what Joe said out of his own mouth, JoJo. We got Bax, the legendary Bax. He told Derek Cologne, right? He told, who's also known as Dr. Derek Cologne, much respect to my Puerto Rican brothers. He said this on his show, much respect. But hip hop was not found by, Puerto Ricans. It was found by my African American brothers. That's what he said out of his own mouth. And these people were eyewitnesses and they were there. So we don't, and again, and I want to keep emphasizing, Puerto Ricans contributed to hip hop. Jamaicans contributed to hip hop, but they did not create hip hop. So we got to make, Puerto Ricans were the first students of hip hop. They did not create hip hop. So we gotta not, but they contributed to hip hop. Shout out to them and the work that they've done to help us to maintain a space within our musical experience. But we created that, and we have to hold dear to that. We have to hold sacred to that. We created country music. We created rock and roll. There's no need for us to be ashamed of the truth. If we're talking truth, then let it be the truth. We created the funk. We created Afrobeat. Oh, we created, yes. Okay. When you study, you know, Futa, right? Or excuse me, Kati Fuli, you'll see that he was from Nigeria. And in the 60s, he came to the United States and became influenced by funk music, jazz music, and the Black Power movement. And he took that, Kinti Fili, he took that back to Nigeria, took funk music and jazz and mixed it with Yoruba traditional sound and created Afrobeat. That's a historical fact. That's a historical fact, okay? So you see this Black American experience even going cross seas. So the foundation of Afrobeat is funk music created by African Americans, okay? Could you go to the next picture? Go to the next slide. So who do we have here? Parliament Funkadelic. Now, look at the way they dress. And then look at African Bambaataa and the Soul Sonic Force. So you can clearly see that BAM was influenced by the funk because there were two dress codes that we're seeing in the Black American experience in hip hop. The original dress was the B-boy that you see me like, dressed with the Nike hat, the Nike sweatsuit, the original Jordans. You see that B-boy like Run DMC and all the original B-boys. And even before, when you start talking about DJ Disco King Mario, they was rocking the champagne cologne. They was rocking the mock necks. They was rocking the British Walkers. They was rocking the gold medallions because the baby spades, right? They used to bag at ShopRite, or was it yeah, I believe that's the name of the where they used to shop bag at in the the late 60s, early 70s. Or it was Shopping Bag, one of them, Shopping Bag or ShopRite, one of them. And originally, the baby spades, they were bagging for groceries. And back then, making $30, $40 a day bagging, that was a lot of money. And they would save up their money and go to Jay and Lester's and different places like that. And they would get this clothing material that later on, Green Eye Genie, a.k.a. OG Stan, Green Eye Stan would travel this throughout different different parts of the Bronx, hip hop, because originally Green Eye Genie mother was the supervisor at Bronxdale Projects and other projects, right? Back in the day. And later on, they left from that area roughly around 74-ish and went to another project. But Green Eye Stan took this consciousness of hip hop that was developed in Bronxdale projects and start spreading hip hop throughout these different areas in the Bronx. You also see this with what's his name? Young Blackjack. You see him doing the same thing. Okay. So again, you see Parliament Funkadelic right here. So we understand where Bambaataa got his dress from. You know, why you think most cats that was in the hip hop, they wasn't dressing like Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. They wasn't dressing like Bambaataa. That was another part. You know, you see the influence of, you know, this funk way of dressing and stuff. Coming from out of Parliament Funkadelic, you see also Bambaataa being influenced by David Bowie, because a lot of the members of African Bambaataa and the Soul Sonic Force in New York used to go to the Village, where David Bowie and all these cats. If you look at any of David Bowie's old movies from the 70s, remember that movie he was playing an alien from another planet, right? And if you look at any of David Bowie's concerts, he was also into the spaceship type weirdo vibe, right? You see that. So you see these two things of hip hop was originally one and then it broke. So originally you got that B-boy look. And then as hip hop is developing, it's breaking off. So you have those. Okay, good. I got good news, y'all. I just got a text from DJ Disco King Mario's daughter. So she's watching the live right now. If you could, Mina, I did send you the link in your inbox. And if you could come on later, it would be an honor to have DJ Disco King Mario's daughter come on, because she would be the best representative of her father. She's a living, breathing flesh and blood of the late DJ Disco King Mario. So she would be the one to be able to give, a direct link of her father in the origin of hip hop. Plus, she's very sharp and very articulate when it comes to the origin of hip hop. They named the street after DJ Disco King Mario, everything. So he's definitely, sealed in hip hop, and we on this show have to keep the truth alive. We have to spread the word all over the world that DJ Disco King Mario is the godfather of hip hop. We can't hide that any longer. He has to come from up as the phoenix, the ashes of hip hop. Okay? Because he has been buried and hidden for many years. And now this information, and give a shout out to the culture, because the culture is the one that also helped me to shape my mind, because a lot of us was under that impression that Flash, Bambaataa, and Hurt were the godfathers of hip hop. We was all taught that. People, they didn't know nothing about DJ Disco King Mario. They didn't know that he found this. He was the first to do so many things that we're labeling the said three godfathers of hip hop. Go to the next picture, my lord. So look, there go Parliament Funkadelic again. And what do you see them on? A spaceship. See, I'm trying to paint this picture so y'all don't just think hip hop just came out of nowhere. Oh, hip hop this, it just fell out the clouds. No. No. Hip hop, okay? Hip hop came from a root. Go to the next picture, because now we're getting into the meat. So now we back at these three men. So I gave y'all a foundation, okay? And there were more Black American musicians, and we're going to get into that as I develop. But we're back at Grandmaster Flash. We're back at Africa Bambaataa. We're back at DJ Kool Herc. Grandmaster Flash is of Barbadian descent. African Bambaataa is from Jamaican and Barbadian descent. And DJ Kool Herc is of Jamaican descent. DJ Kool Herc came to the United States when he was 12 years old. DJ Kool Herc originally was a graffiti artist. Grandmaster Flash, even though he's not the original Grandmaster, the original Grandmaster come out of Brooklyn, New York. His name was known as Grandmaster Flowers. We will get into that as we develop. He originally was a B-boy, Grandmaster Flash. Now the question should be asked, before Grandmaster Flash was a DJ, he was a B-boy. He was a B-boy of what? If they're the founders of hip-hop, what would he be a B-boy of? See, their occupation is telling the truth. Their occupation is showing that hip-hop existed before they became labeled as the godfathers of hip-hop, and even before they were even DJs, even before they were even involved. Because we have on record DJ Kool Herc saying that he used to go to the puzzle and he used to look at DJ John Brown. He looked at going to Bronxdale, because remember, Kool Herc's sister used to deal with a black spade, and he used to go to Bronxdale projects, and he used to watch DJ Disco King Mario. Go to the next slide. Zulu. So now one says, well, why are you bringing this up? Simple. Because this is the movie that African Bambaataa was influenced by to name his organization the Zulu Nation. Later, the Almighty Zulu Nation. Later, the Universal Zulu Nation. Okay? Much respect to all the true hip-hop MCs in South Africa. But there's a lie that's lingering that hip-hop came from South Africa, and that some way, somehow, Bambaataa came to Africa and received his name in South Africa and was initiated in the Zulu and initiated into hip-hop and took hip-hop back to the United States. Again, much respect to my South African MCs and all those that are keeping original hip-hop alive in South Africa. But I'm here to tell y'all that is a bold-faced lie. First of all, Bambaataa didn't get his name from anywhere in South Africa. African Bambaataa got his name from his uncle, who was a part of the Black Panther Party. That's number one. Number two, yes, he did go to Africa in 1975. Originally, he was going to go to India because he, did an audition, a hip hop audition at his high school, and he won an award to go to India in 1974. But what happened, Bambaataa was giving out hip hop flyers. And when he had the audition in front of a school board, he didn't make it. So he lost his trip to India. He did an audition, he did a concert again or whatever was going on, and he won again. And he did an audition in front of the school board. This time he didn't miss it. And he won a trip to South Africa in 1975. But he already had the Zulu name, Zulu Nation, before he even got to South Africa. That is a fact. If one goes on Vlad TV where Bambaataa is being interviewed, he tells you where he got the name Zulu from. He got it from watching the movie Zulu, the 1964 movie Zulu, from the main character or the main actor at that time was Michael Caine. And he loved that movie. And he loved the strategy of how the Zulus move. And even to the point that it influenced Bambaataa when he went to warfare or on his war, his gang war tip when they would conquer other gangs in the Bronx. He was using Zulu tactics. But his influence, right, was this movie Zulu. And I'm not saying it. Bambaataa said it out of his own mouth. He said it on Vlad TV. So to South Africa, much respect to y'all. But Bambaataa didn't get his name from South Africa. He didn't get the name Zulu from directly going to South Africa and getting the name. He was inspired by the movie Zulu, and that's where he got the name from. Okay? So I just wanted to make that clear. And also, he did not get hip hop from Africa. Much respect to people that try to link hip hop back to Africa. I live in Africa, and it's not true. Hip hop did not start in Africa. It didn't. Hip hop started in the United States. So we don't want to play them games. Academic consensus and ground research shows me that hip hop came into Africa 1983. The first areas you see in hip hop is in Senegal, West Africa, and South Africa. That's just facts. And then it starts spreading throughout Africa, Tanzania, different areas like that. And if you look at the old pioneer, if you look at some of the old videos from Kenya and Tanzania in the 90s, you could see them imitating, and this no disrespect, this is just historical. They were imitating African American artists, their sound, everything. But later, when Afrobeat started to rise, that started to dominate this generation's mind. So if you go to like the old heads in Tanzania, my age, you'll see them into hip hop. When you look at the younger generation into their early 20s, they're into Afrobeat. Most of the younger generation in many parts of Africa, they have no concept or understanding about hip hop. Now, you can go to places like South Africa, where they're holding it, Israel, where they're holding it, Uganda, certain parts of Kenya, Arusha, Tanzania, areas like that, where they still have that underground hip hop sound being passed from the older generation of their comrades or their sovereign peers versus, the Afrobeat. The Afrobeat has dominated the scene, but what people fail to realize and understand, even with all that Afrobeat, because you got Afrobeat and you got Afrobeats, that's two different things. That's another topic. But Afrobeat was founded by Black American funk, Black American jazz. It's just historical. Go to the next slide. So we have proof right here that it breaks down with the Wikipedia sources that African Bambaataa clearly says that he was influenced by the movie Zulu. He was influenced by the 1964 movie Zulu. Not only do we have it in the archive, we also have Bambaataa saying this on Vlad TV out of his own mouth. I sent this to Born the Law in his inbox where you got all the source material. He'll tell you, he's a witness. He'll tell you all the source material. Go right directly to it and you'll see it. Go to the next slide. This is another source breaking down Bambaataa and the Zulu nation and the origin of the Zulu nation. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide, my lord. Now, This picture right here is the original Zulu nation. But the original Zulu nation didn't start in New York. The original Zulu nation came from out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 1966. My mother was an original member of the Zulu nation. My father was an original member and leader in a known gang known as Oxford Street Gang. And we're going to get also into graffiti, how graffiti came out of Philadelphia gang culture in the 1940s. We're getting to that. We also getting the cornbread. We also going to get into Top Cat 126, who had the gangster style graffiti, took it to New York, and it became known as Broadway Elegant. We're getting to all that as we develop. But right here, you see the original Zulu nation of the 1960s, okay? And there's raw video footage material going back 1968, 1969, where you see Zulu Nation, which was the biggest gang in Philadelphia, and they originated in North Philadelphia, and they was absorbing, this is before Bambaataa and all them, and they was absorbing gangs within Zulu Nation, just like Shaka Zulu was doing when he was conquering different tribes in South Africa and absorbing them into Zulu. So you have 1966 Zulu Nation in Philadelphia. The way Zulu Nation got destroyed was a sad moment. What I'm about to say, it's open, it's general, it's open to the public. Zulu Nation at the time, was a strong knitted, gang. But what destroyed Zulu Nation was the drugs, the heroin. And at the time, Zulu Nation was warned against the Philadelphia Black Mafia that was founded by Ron Harvey, Sam Christian, all them cats, right? And one of the ways to get them out the way, because Zulu was like, look, you want to come in our community and do dust, we gotta attack you. So, the record is saying instead of giving up money, other things was given. And they got addicted to them other things. And that's what destroyed Zulu Nation around 1978. Okay. But they came in 1966. And as I told y'all, there was also another Zulu Nation that came out of Ohio in 1969. Okay. But they were a Black American biker group known as Zulu Nation. Go to the next slide. So you see Zulu Nation again. I can't read their sign, but one of the youth community centers was known as the Soul of Zulu or Zulu Soul, something like that. These are rare pictures. These are very rare pictures. But again, like I said, the original Zulu Nation came from out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The second Zulu Nation came out of Ohio. The third Zulu Nation came out of New York. Okay. Now, why am I saying all this? Because we talking about hip hop, Yisrael, and sovereign consciousness. Now, as a social anthropologist, I understand culture. If you look at the time of the early 70s, the things that we were doing in urban New York, you see this going on in Philadelphia, you see this going on in Chicago, Detroit, New Jersey. You see it over in California with the boogaloo and all that pop locking, soul train, which originally started in Chicago and then moved out to New York, to California. But you're seeing this pop locking, all this stuff you seeing, the robot, right? The moonwalking, all this at the same time. So as from a social anthropological understanding, you can see that this was a part of Black culture in the United States because at the same time, elements of hip hop are being displayed all over the country at the same time. What made Bronxdale Project so special is that them elements became codified like a glove, so to say, and now a culture or a subculture is born. This is what we're seeing. But the elements, they existed within the Black American experience all over the United States, one way or another. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. So now, give a shout out to the legendary Cornbread, North Philly's finest. Now, I know there are arguments. Some people try to say graffiti isn't a part of hip hop because graffiti was around before hip hop. And I believe, and this is no diss, but I believe they say that because when we go to graffiti, we go to the oldest graffiti club on the planet, or graffiti social clubs. They come from out of Philly. That's just a historical fact. Cornbread, in the artistic way, this is what makes Cornbread the godfather of graffiti. Originally, graffiti came out of gang culture in 1942 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in an area known around 28th and Dolphin and Diamond, areas like that, 30th and Oxford, all in them areas. Originally, graffiti was being used to identify what gang you was in. You might have seen another gang member have graffiti. My father's gang sign was OX for Oxford Street Gang. Another gang might come disrespect, tag their name on top of it. Originally, graffiti was used to represent gang culture. But Cornbread, he was the very first to now put graffiti out there in a way that glorified him as an individual. So he started to tag his name in St. Gabe's, which was a juvenile detention facility in 1965. He's tagging his name everywhere. He comes out 1967, start tagging his name all over Philadelphia. You also had other graffiti artists as well, you know what I'm saying, that was in West Philly at the time in 1967 doing graffiti. But Cornbread, he was doing, like, there was a time where people thought that Cornbread got murdered, but Cornbread didn't get murdered. And for him to prove that the people in the newspaper in the Philadelphia Inquirer were wrong, one day in the middle of the night, he snuck in the Philadelphia Zoo and he seen an elephant, right? And he tagged his name, Cornbread lives on both sides of an elephant. And he wound up getting caught by the police. He gets locked up. He gets out. I mean, before he get out, he go in front of the judge. The judge asks him to come, to the bench. And you know what the judge asked him? He said, "Can I get an autograph?" From there, Cornbread started to just do things that nobody else did, like tagging his name on the Jackson 5's airplane, saying that Cornbread was here, sneak in, on the plane. Because you remember back in the day when the Jackson 5 all them would perform, they would have their fans out there screaming and hollering, and Cornbread slid through there. Cornbread was here. Nobody seen him. But when the Jacksons got back in the plane, they see Tag Cornbread lives. Then from there, Cornbread started to travel all over the United States and all over the world, tagging this Cornbread. So that's what made Cornbread different. He's Cornbread. Cornbread. He got his name Cornbread when he was in the juvenile detention center in 1965 because he liked cornbread, and he would always ask the kitchen to get cornbread. So they wind up naming him Cornbread. But this is the godfather of graffiti. Later on, you will have cats like Top Cat 126 from 28 and Dolphin or Diamond, I think 28 from Diamond, yes. Go to New York, start getting with cats like Tacky, and showed them the gangster style of graffiti, right? And later on, it developed in New York and it became known as Broadway Elegant, okay? But originally, it was the Philly gangster style. Also, tagging took another form in Philly, which became known as Wicked. So this graffiti became a part of social clubs that were in Philadelphia. You know what I'm saying? They took these college social names, you know what I mean? Alpha Soul, stuff like that. And every year, over 100,000 plus gang members would go to Atlantic City and meet up. Like when you seen the movie The Warriors, and you remember how in the beginning, all them gang members came together to meet up with Cyrus. Philadelphia gangs were doing that way before that and meeting up in Atlantic City. The thing that I'm saying is hip hop was there. It wasn't called hip hop. I'm talking about elements. You're seeing elements in Philly. You see elements in New York. You see elements in the Midwest. You see elements in the West Coast, down south, etc. But again, the apex, the manifestation of the hip hop god on earth, you're seeing out of Bronxdale projects in New York City. So now we're seeing this element of hip hop graffiti, which we would consider the first element of hip hop. Why? Because, like I said, remember gang culture. And you're seeing this graffiti coming out of Philly, right? But it's being codified in an artistic way through cornbread. Next slide. Next picture. There go cornbread right now. You see that? Cornbread, world's first writer. We're just talking history. That's all. We're just talking history. We're not, this is foundational Black American. This is African American. This is Afro American. This is not African culture. Okay? This is not 50-50. This is Black American culture. And you had other ethnic groups that became absorbed in the dominant culture, which was Black American culture, which is nothing wrong with that. Okay? Go to the next slide. And if you want a law, you can, say something. There it is right there. Cornbread, world's first writer, 1965. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm just giving the information. Okay? Excuse me. Next slide, please. Cornbread Philly. There it is right there again. I'm just showing you different, you know. And shout out to my man Ross, may he rest in completeness. Our Israelite brother, he died in 2012. He founded in the late 70s a graffiti crew that's known worldwide, known as Above the Law. You know, may he rest in completeness. Always got to bring Roz up. Go to the next slide, please. Now, who do we have here? Cab Calloway. Because to understand hip hop, we also got to understand the language of hip hop. Because we're talking anthropology. To really understand and find out who really found hip hop, you have to study the anthropology of hip hop. And a part of anthropology is language. So you have, you know, the dictionary for jive talk that was created and written by Cab Calloway, 1939. Y'all seen the movie The Education of Sonny Carson, who was in fact the late Professor X's father from X Clan? And what the brother from Tomahawk say? Ho, 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 just let me get mines in. Your whole style is chunk. The point that I'm expressing is jive talk or slang is Black American language. We know that. We're showing you the receipts. So we see jive talk, 5 on the black hand side, Cornbread Earl and Me, Sheba Baby, The Education of Sonny Carson, The Mac, Superfly, The Black Barrettes, Cross 110th Street, Black Caesar. Huh? All them black, there you go right there, Cab Calloway again. There go the dictionary right there. The dictionary of job talk. Y'all know I'm telling the truth. Foxy Brown, Cleopatra Jones, Shaft. Shaft goes to Africa. Look here, my man. Even when you watch the movie The Last Dragon, Leroy, right? What is the dominant culture? Black American culture. Even though you have Puerto Ricans and even they threw a little white boy in there, et cetera, right? It still was dominated by the Black American experience. Go to the next slide. So even our slang. Okay, go to the next slide. Now, the very first rap song, conscious rap song, is called Noah. That's a picture of the Jubilaires right there, 1946. Oh, Noah, oh, Noah. Shut down to band, so we was already rapping. I showed you graffiti coming from gang culture, the 1940s, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Black Americans, the poster child, so to say, or the godfather to bring it in an artistic form would be Cornbread. Jive talk with hop shake rap, we go to Cab Calloway, right? The first MCs on record that we see is the Jubilaires. There they go right there. The song was known as Noah. And they got albums where the whole album they just rapping. This in the 1940s. Remember I said the elements existed all throughout the United States amongst Black Americans, but it became codified. All these elements go back to the Carolinas, but them elements became codified in Bronxdale projects, in Bronxdale, New York, or Bronx, New York, in the southeast section of the Bronx, amongst the baby spades and the young spades of the Black spades. That's just a historical fact that nobody can lie and say that's not true. Go to the next slide. If we're going to talk hip hop, we have to talk truth. Go to the next slide. Pig meat Marham. Here comes the judge. Who got that number? I got that number. 1968. And when you look at the baby spades, that's who they was imitating. Your mama's so fat, right? Remember, rap, or the founders of hip hop, these baby spades, they was listening to Pygmy Marham, and they was trying to rap like them. And they were, they was basically crashing out with your mama jokes, but they was flowing. Y'all see what I'm doing here? Pygmy Marham, hip hop, right? That's an element. We in rap, right? The jive talk. Next slide. Go to the next picture. Coke Rock. He's known as hip hop's first MC. Now, there's a difference from the first rapper versus the first MC. That has to be made clear. Coke Rock is the first MC. I want to say that so it don't sound like a contradiction. Coke Rock is the very first person to have Coke in his name. You got to understand, Coke Rock, Scott LaRock, Charlie Rock, etc., etc. T. LaRock, right? Just like you have what is known as Star Child LaRock. Now watch this. Star Child LaRock wasn't the first Star Child. The first Star Child was A1 Sasa. A1 Sasa was the original B-boy, 1972. 71, 72. 72, yeah. And he got the name Star Child later, around 73, from Kool Herc. But it didn't stick. And the first Coke Rock was Coke Rock. So you got Star Child going back to A1 Sasa, and LaRock going back to Coke Rock, and he put it together, Star Child LaRock. A1 Sasa, Star Child, Coke Rock. See? See that? Okay. So he was the first MC. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. Oh, we got Shannon in the building, in the house. Things like that. But the first rapper in an artistic form. Now, I know y'all heard me talk about the Jubilaires and Pygmy Marham. Yes, they were rapping. Yes. But hip hop wasn't codified yet. I'm talking about it after the coding of it, the 1971. So the first rapper on record is DJ Hollywood. DJ Hollywood would be the first documented rapper. So to say, yeah, DJ Hollywood, that was DJing in disco, clubs. And I'm gonna straighten that all out, because a lot of people try to say DJ Disco King Mario was a disco DJ. No, he wasn't. Y'all hear the word disco and y'all aligning it with disco music. No, there is a difference from discotheque versus disco music. We're getting to that in a second. So DJ Hollywood, right? He was a disco DJ, meaning that DJ Hollywood from Harlem, he was, dealing with a lot of the upscale nightclubs where, the gangsters, the bosses was at, so to say. So he was DJing where you had to dress up and all that, right? So you couldn't even go into them clubs without looking bossy, right? And you see DJ Hollywood on the mic, rapping over a beat, flowing. He was the first to do that. Now, when you start talking about DJ Disco King Mario, originally he was known as just Mario. And you had a dude in that area known as Disco King. And Mario's like, you ain't the real king. I'm the king. And he took that from dude. And then he became known as DJ Disco King Mario. And the disco was defining the discotheque, meaning the club. Not that he was a disco DJ, because let's keep it a beam. Disco music, as we know, didn't come out until late 1974, 75. But you had the disco clubs, okay? You had the disco clubs. So it's confusion in the air when you hear disco. They'll run and say, Disco King Mario was a disco DJ. He was playing disco music. No, he was not. He wasn't. He was outside the parks. Remember, Disco King Mario, he was for the youth, because remember, the youth couldn't go inside the clubs that DJ Hollywood was DJing at. So DJ Disco King Mario brought it to the street, so the youth can be involved. That's why I was all on the street. So DJ Disco King Mario had nothing to do with disco music. And his daughter is live right now with us. And if I'm lying, she can say if I'm lying or not. DJ Disco King Mario had nothing to do with disco music. He was a B-boy DJ, period. He was for the streets. As a matter of fact, DJ Disco King Mario was a gangster. And anybody that talk about DJ Disco King Mario, he was very much feared. Very much feared. Okay, but that's another story, another topic. Go to the next slide. So yes, give a shout out to Coca Rock. He was hip hop's first MC, but he wasn't hip hop's first rapper. So I want to just give the distinction. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah, and DJ Jazz. And somebody brought up DJ Jazzy J. A lot of people don't know Disco King Mario brought out Jazzy J. He brought out Jazzy J. And he originally was a part of the Chuck Chuck City crew. And later on, he wanted to be involved with Bambaataa and Zulu Nation. So DJ Disco King Mario's like, nah, how you gonna do that? I'll board you out. He said, you know what? You want to leave? That's cool. You can leave, but you gotta leave. You gotta leave your your records. So Jazzy J like, man, I ain't leaving my records. I ain't doing that. So he's like, yeah. So they get the rumbling. It's a nice rumble. They both can rumble. But DJ Disco King Mario, he put fire on it. You know what I'm saying? But in the end, out of respect, because he did hold his own down. DJ Disco King Mario gave Jazzy J his records, and he wound up going, to Zulu Nation with Bam and them. But there go Busy B right there. DJ Disco King Mario also brought out Busy B. Busy B would be considered the first battle rapper. Y'all remember the battles with Busy B and Kumo D, right? Y'all remember that? Because remember, Busy B was destroying everything, battling cats all over the Bronx and New York, and was, taking cats out. But then when hip hop took it to another level, Kumo D came and took that crown, right? Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. There go Busy B again. And if you look at any of Busy B's new, interviews about DJ Disco King Mario, he lets you know that DJ Disco King Mario found hip hop. It's not no secret no more. It is a historical fact. The forgotten godfather of hip hop is in fact DJ Disco King Mario. There's no way of getting around. And it makes sense. It makes sense. Because if you look at when the Black Spades broke apart, they broke apart into crews. Zulu Nation, Casanova crew, Chuck City crew, right? And out of these crews, you see the birth of hip hop. So we can clearly see that hip hop came from the Black Spades. Hip hop didn't come from the Savage Seven. It didn't come from the Savage Schools. It didn't come from the Savage Nomads. It didn't come from the Ghetto Brothers. And shout out to the Ghetto Brothers who were a part of trying to bring the peace treaty amongst the gangs at that whole avenue, gathering. But if we look at the Ghetto Brothers was imitating the Beatles. That's what they was doing. And they was giving out that music. I wanna hold your hand. Yeah, that's what they was doing. They didn't have nothing to do with hip hop. And if the Black Spades were lying, why aren't there any other gangs of that era coming out against the Black Spades? Guru was just interviewed less than a month ago, and he even tell you that DJ Disco King Mario was the founder of hip hop. And one cannot say that, well, naturally Guru gonna say that because he the founder of the Black Spades and DJ Disco King Mario was a part of the Black Spades. Well, what people fail to understand is that DJ Disco King Mario and Guru, at first, they didn't even like each other. And they met each other and they rumbled. Guru was older than DJ Disco King Mario. And they was rumbling. DJ Disco King Mario, he lost that fight. It even got so bad, Disco King Mario pulled the blade out on him and all that. We talking historical facts, right? And he wound up, and this was roughly around 67, somewhere around there. He went back down south, DJ Disco King Mario, for like 6 months. And then he came back to Bronxdale, absorbed in the Black Spades. He became a major black spade leader, right? And he came with this sound, a whole different sound. So even though the culture say hip hop, they stamp it 1971. For academia reasons, I say 71. But if we look further, I would stamp it between the end of 68, 69. And then it's starting to cross over into the early 70s. That's what I'm saying. See, when you say 70, 71, yeah, stop right there. Don't move. Keep that right there. When you say 70, 71, yeah, now you're seeing it becoming codified through these baby spades and young spades. It became, so I'll say the element of hip hop came 68, 69, but it became codified in 71. That's why if you look at DJ Kool Herc's, you know, interviews, when people say to him, yeah, you know, hip hop started in 1973, you'll see Kool Herc saying, yeah, you know, that's the historical date, but it was even before that. Kool Herc even tell you that. When Kool Herc came to New York, remember, Kool Herc was dressing like a head. He was wearing on cow, because you know in Jamaica, it's a big thing about cowboy movies. So when Kool Herc came to New York, he was rocking cowboy boots and all that. And when he would go to school, they would laugh at him and say that he was wearing on roach killers. When he started dressing fly, and he tells you this is not something I'm saying. Kool Herc say this out of his own mouth. He became more absorbed in Black American culture, and that's how he became fly. And he really got fly when he started dealing with Coke La Rock. Also, there had to be a correction made through Coke La Rock. There was a lie going around saying that Coke La Rock was half Jamaican. That's not true. Coke La Rock is all Black American. His mother was from down south, from South Carolina, and his father was from New Jersey. Okay? That's a fact. But he was raised in the Bronx. He was born and raised in the Bronx. Okay? So that has to be made clear. This picture right here is the founder and the first breakdancer, Trixie. Okay? Trixie came 1970. There was a lie that was put out there that Trixie was half Black, half Puerto Rican. That's a lie. Or no. They didn't even say half and half. I'm sorry. That's incorrect. They said Trixie was all Puerto Rican. Trixie came out and said no. Right here, that's why he got his hand up. He said no. He said that his father is from South Carolina, his mother is from North Carolina, and they're all Black with Indian in them. That's what he said out of his own mouth. I only can tell you what the man said out of his own mouth, that he's Black and proud, he's an African American, and he's not Puerto Rican. Okay? Trixie is the founder of breakdancing. Back then they was calling it burning. Okay? And they was using the word breakdancing too, because what people lie and try to say is that you know, that term breakdancing came in the 80s. No, they were already using that word even in the early 70s. Burning came from out of gang culture, mainly the Black spades, because back in the day they was like, yeah, I'ma burn this nigga. And they was talking, y'all might hear the rain. It's raining now. We're in the rainy season right now. So they're like, yeah, you know, I'ma burn this nigga. And what they would do, you know, the difference from the B-boys then to now amongst the African Americans and later the Hispanics, they would break dance off beat through the, like, a lot of the acrobats and things like that. And those that were breakdancing amongst Black Americans, they were breakdancing on the beat. on the beat. Breakdancing died out amongst African Americans roughly mid 1977, 78, because cats was getting fly. They didn't want to get their clothes dirty anymore. But the Puerto Ricans, they continued to break dance. Okay? They kept it alive, because remember, you will hear Star Child LaRock and others let you know that they later got involved in breakdancing, the Puerto Ricans. Originally, breakdancing was created by African Americans. There was no Puerto Rican breakdancers until later. That's a fact. Dancing Doug, you know, what's his name? James Bond, Trixie, A1 Star Child, Sasa, all them cats, the legendary twins, also known as the nigga twins, all them cats were all African Americans. Now, I have to be truthful as a historian when you're speaking about Dancing Doug. He identifies himself as an African American, but he do have Puerto Rican in him through his great-grandfather or his grandfather, something like that. Like his grandfather on his father's side. His grandfather's mother or father was Puerto Rican and African American. But when you look at Dancing Doug's mother, or African American. Dancing Doug's father was African American, but he had Puerto Rican blood in him through his father's mother or father, something of that nature. Okay. But he identifies himself as African American because naturally it's dominating. Okay. So all the first generational B-boys, they were all African Americans. Okay. Even when you look at the Zulu masters of the Zulu nation, they were all African Americans. Now the 11 Zulu kings, 10 of them were African Americans. One was an Afro-Latino. He was Puerto Rican. No, I'm sorry. He wasn't Puerto Rican. I'm sorry. He was Dominican. Excuse me. He was Dominican. Okay. So that has to be made clear. Okay. We see Trixie. Go to the next slide. We see Trixie right there. And he is the founder. That's A1 Star Child Sasa. 1972, original B-boy. They tried to say Sasa was Puerto Rican because of the name Sasa. He like, no, I just like the name. He's all African American. And I was on a podcast live on Scoreboard Keepers with Trixie, and I was on another show with Sasa. You know what I mean? So I talked directly and was on interviews with these guys directly. And these are the founders of modern day breakdancing that was born from out of Burning, that was born from the Nicholas brothers in the 1930s, who was already windmilling and all that. And we didn't even go to the West Coast. We on the East because that's where hip hop became codified. But we didn't even get into, you know, when we talk about Turbo, also known as Boogaloo Shrimp, Own Zone, may he rest in completeness, and all them that was doing the electric boogie and all that in the early 1970s. We talking about Fred Barry, also known as Rerun. These cats was already doing that stuff. Remember, Fred Barry used to dance for Soul Train. Go to the next picture. Shout out to the first generation B-boys. There go the nigga twins, known today as the legendary twins. They don't call themselves the N twins no more. You know, they evolve. Okay, they evolve. So that's the legendary twin. These are the original B-boy dancers for Kool Herc. So when somebody try to say they're not B-boys, our question would be, why wouldn't they be that when these are the first documented people to be called B-boys? Trixie, A1 Star Child Sasa, right? The legendary twins, Dancing Doug, James Bond. All these cats were known as B-boys way before the Hispanics were even involved, okay? And for certain people to say they're not real, they're not B-boys, how could you say they're not B-boys when that term was coined to them? Go to the next slide, okay? There go the legendary twins again. These are all Black Americans, African Americans. These were the first break dancers. And you see Baps saying out of his mouth, the first one that he seen drop it to the floor was an African American. And there's nothing wrong with this. This is historical. Let's continue on. Next slide. There go the Zulu Kings right there. Okay? So there's an argument when BAM started to push that term Zulu. But the record is showing that the Zulu Kings, even though they say 1973, people argue and say 73 is basically when BAM started to conceptualize the idea Zulu. You know what I'm saying? But it became manifested in physical form roughly in the around 74-ish, early 75. Okay? Go to the next slide. We see the Zulu, the 5 Zulu masters, all Black Americans. These things have to be put out there so the next generation will know the true origin of hip hop. Before we go on, you got any questions, God, or any comments you want to make?
I'm here getting a lesson like everybody else. You understand what I'm saying? I hope they take it in this master class. You know what I'm saying? We being masterful right now.
Gang. And if you got can we do like a quick intermission so I can use the bathroom?
Yeah, we good.
Play one of my songs.
Yeah, I put something up there. Let me
yeah, real quick. I just want to use the bathroom real quick.
Word. So tell somebody we here with Mighty Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? And we about to get into it.
Up north wanna hate on me, ride down to the 803 where my cousin's a straight OG. Straight pimpin's a scary world, dripping with Jerry curls. In the 80s had every girl, all his ladies had Coco Chanel. Back to dope, sniff coke off his nails. You back at home, it's dope on the scales. Ask my cousin, please some smoke, make sure you roll it well. I said that's okay, I do not smoke. I just came here to see my folks and lay low for a week or so. This bag is from my peoples, yo. Went down in the 803, gotta stay low key. When nobody knows me, old lady knows it, gotta move slowly. The girl got a hold of that fentanyl, and that Adderall had a spit on the walls. Fish and grits in the morning, buck tooth, head twisting long. Where you come from, you sound funny. Do your peoples got some money? We don't do that fancy talking. I get antsy, I start coughing. God of the low, beware who you entertain. Man, you different, man. My cognitive behavior, practice at the bar with a stranger. Black fist, God entertainer. Boss said, why you bother the brother? My eyes turned colors, K9 teeth got longer, ears got pointy, hair turned slick and shiny. Grimy, took my gun out the Bible, shaped like a crucifix. Louis on the kick, start shooting, anything moving, hit. No mirror, no garlic, garlic. Graveyard darkness, devil with his carcass. Up in the 803, it got scary. So who comes pulling up? My uncle. Oversized clothing, vibrant colors. One hand on the wheel to Egyptian lover. Popped open the door, get in. Is this by Hunter? Video game, at least 3 men. Don't tell him that he old or new school, true school. Then he plays some Jets in the cassette. Up next, I got some Wham and some YouTube. You seem upset, I'm like, yep. Like damn, staring through his rear view. Step on the gas, go fast, so I don't have to kill you. I don't want to look back to the future. See, I got these powers. Explain it to him about an hour. If I get mad, I'll devour. It first happened Working at the lab with some powder. I turned horror into the ink of a marker. It gets darker. He started to laugh. Well, alright, it's like Teen Wolf, a movie screen or a book. My eyes turned green as he looked. Then he screamed and shook. See, I'm the weird science, no fear of dying. Fierce as a lion when you come near the Viking. To hear when I'm writing, I'm sincere. It's not a rainbow appearing as lightning. You wild, nephew. This is what I'm talking about, nephew. Cause I'm down, this word is bond. My distress is triggered in the mirror. I'm trying to figure, could I help the killer? The brain fog becomes clearer. Vedic vape room, put your favorite rappers on the plate. I'll consume, then wash them down with some crushed grapes. Why the flush face? Have you ate? Did you take mushrooms? Bodies floating down the lake. For heaven's sakes, he spake beneath the good luck moon. Practical tools to improve your bad mental moods. Here's lentil stew. I'm passing the knowledge like food. I'll leave you this jewels. First there's some rules. Validation is while your palates are tasting. Before you get to eating, can you balance the plates then? Grab the salad and put some olives and grapes in. Then add some knowledge. I'm out of the spaceship. I'm the werewolf barefoot, howling at the moon, prowling around the gloom, growling for some food. Fresh meat, bird flesh on my teeth. Then I eat the beak. Now I'm looking for the human MC. He's underground. The archaeologist said his tomb is empty. Killer priest crucifix. Lucifer sits, pair of eyes in his uterus. Dear God, why am I used to this? Lunatic with the pen when I'm using it. Stir the Virgin Mary. When I write, sacrifice the entire herd until your arms are heavy, palms are sweaty. Then read the book of Psalms deadly. Vedic vape room, Aquarius moon. I bribe the brides, hand me his insides. Now where did you bury the groom? Walls crumble, we all jungle. There's a mystic moon, here's a bowl full of tea. The Oolong owl, jasmine jackal hair. This one's rare and it's free, see? I just want you. Brother glow is on you, brother glow is on you. Mother, I just want you, mother, I just want you. Mother, I just want you. Brother glow is on you. Vape room, planets align, greatest case too. Prove who can rhyme, build on stories, allegories. The walls open up, the palace before me. So I walk in, the floor lights up, the hall lights up. Hit a roaring tigers, great and small ciphers. The more I walk, the more the doors get brighter. Falling in this darkness, calling for the honest. This time all the gods said we taking off the harness. I'ma turn Zeus loose. Just let priests rap and let unknown produce. We got celestial gram coming, the podcraft. Peace to all the mods in the god class. Star gas.
The king of the beat, I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beat Street, the king of the beat, I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beat Street, the king of the beat, I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beat Street is a lesson too. So don't let the street beat you. We crush rule, body move to the sound of the boom. Back before hip hop turned to rap. Beat Street, the king of the beat. Break dance harder than De Niro, thunder and heat. We rock beats like steady beat across all streets. Wild style like who hurt, putting in work as women jerk from cutting and scratching. Long live Jay the Jam Master World Wax. Chefs transform up with jazzy, lyrical lead. World was fucking nasty with soul sonic force, holding the torch. Cause forces to pop into life forces. Graffiti on the walls became our hieroglyphics. Israelites and God bodies dropped the scientific. In the ghettos of Gosha to Yah's chosen. We public enemy, all school, all nowhere. Beat Beat street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beat street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beat street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beat street is a lesson too. So don't let the street beat you. We was there in the past. Meet your future tribe of Judah and feel the rhythm of beat through concrete. Respect Curtis Blow and graffiti wicked writers. MCLB, legendary. Kumo D, treacherous 3. Parkside, Fa 2, Schooly D. On the wheels of steel, cash money. Long live MC Breeze. Fresh like Dougie, Sex Machine. Bahama D, Scotland Rock, BDP. Glamorous lives like School C. Completeness, rest easy E. Walking nightmare like Ice-T. This is how we chill from 2-1 until we meet with Mega Heat and Wu under concrete. Beat street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beat street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beat street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beat street is a lesson too. So don't let the street beat you.
Yeah, so like I was saying, we see these 5, Zulu masters. And I want to make this clear so everybody will know. This is not like I'm just showing pictures and that's that. Like, I personally interviewed a lot of the people that we're talking about. I'm good friends with DJ Disco King Mario's daughter. She's here with us right now watching over this. Hopefully she'll come after the PowerPoint presentation on to bring her appearance. She got the link. So that's the difference. I've interviewed DJ FaZe. I've interviewed Trixie. I interviewed, Sasa. I interviewed the Last Poets, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not like I'm just coming out of my mind with this. It is clear. I am saying that hip hop as a codified culture was found not in the West Bronx, not in the South Bronx, but in the Southeast Bronx, in Bronxdale projects, amongst a subdivision group of the Black Spades known as the Baby Spades and the Young Spades. That's exactly what I'm saying. But the elements itself go back to the Carolinas, but became codified in the form that we see now. Next picture, my brother. So, I'll never forget the Rock Steady crew. Much respect. And notice Rock Steady. And I mean, it can be argued that it go back to Kokla Rock, or it can be argued that it goes to what they call up rock. When they, and they do all that, right? Up rock. That's another story, another topic. But up rock, what I'm saying, was a thing that Latinos did in the community, right? Because you got to understand, at the time of hip hop, there was a lot of segregation going on. So most Puerto Ricans was doing what they would consider the Latin hustle, which goes back to the Black American hustle known as the hustle, okay? And later you'll see this up rocking being absorbed in breakdancing or burning, right? So give a shout out to Rock Steady crew who kept, their portion alive, or this portion alive within hip hop. You got to give respect where respect is due. they took breakdancing to another level. Okay? They didn't create breakdancing, but they contributed and they took it to another level. They came in 1979. Rock Steady Crew, Crazy Legs, out of his own mouth, said that he had members in his family and others that was coming against him for dancing the style he was dancing. They was like, why you even dancing that Moreno style? That's that original B-boy style. That's what Crazy Legs said. JoJo from the Rock Steady Crew, I'm telling you what they said on video. JoJo said it was a very big thing to see a Puerto Rican breakdancing because rarely you didn't see it. You seen it here and there. You see? See, people think B-boy dancing is just breakdancing. No. B-boy dancing is whatever styles that we bring out in hip-hop. So doing the Cabbage Patch is B-boying. Doing the WAP, that's B-boying or B-girling. The Running Man, right? The Dougie, the Stinky Leg. Whatever we do in hip-hop, that's B-boying. Because you got to remember, cats was getting fly. Black Americans, they start getting fly. They ain't want to get their stuff dirty. They ain't want to get their velour sweatsuits and all that dirty. So they was doing more up dancing, so to say. They stopped breaking. Black Americans stopped breakdancing in the 70s. That's a fact. Even though you've seen Black Americans still breakdancing, but by the time the 80s came, it became more multicultural through the media. When you start talking about Beach Street, Breaking 1 and 2, the Electric Boogaloo, Wild Style, all these different things that you're seeing. Black Americans already stopped breakdancing. We created breakdancing. We went into other elements of dance. Okay? That's exactly what happened. Black Americans started getting fly. And they didn't want to scuff up their sneaks. They didn't want to scuff up their suede top, they suede Pumas, they shell tops, they top tens, they forms. They didn't want to do that. They wanted to be fly, you know what I mean? So cats stopped breakdancing. Whereas those Puerto Ricans, they kept going with it. That's just a fact. But to this day, we still keep creating dances. That's what we do. A lot of things we create, foundational Black Americans or Black Americans, we create, and then when we get tired of it, we just don't use it no more. And that's what happened with breakdancing. Breakdancing was created by Black Americans, and there's nothing wrong with saying that. There's nothing wrong with saying that because it's the truth. It's the truth. You see what I'm saying? And later on, you know, you have Rocksteady and New York City Breakers and some, all of them, they came later. They was way after the first generation. They was way after Dancing Doug and the legendary twins, a.k.a. the nigga twins. They were way after James Bond. They were way after Trixie. They were way after A1 Star Child Sasa. They was way after them. They came much later. By the time they came, cats stopped breakdancing. That's just the truth. Next picture. So now we at Jocko the Bear Henderson, also known as Jocko Henderson, right? There's a rumor going around, that a false rumor, that the sound system that you see cats dealing with and DJing and all that and toasting came from Jamaica, and that some way, somehow, Kool Herc brought this from Jamaica and gave it to Black Americans. That is a 100% bold-faced lie. Who Hurt even tell you that? Okay. What happened after the Second World War? There were many radios that were donated to Jamaican citizens, to the Jamaican citizens, right? And what happened is that these Jamaicans would be tagged to down south disc jockeys. And the down south disc jockeys of the 50s, late 50s and early 60s, such as Jocko Henderson, they would be job talking, rapping / toasting over the air. And the disc jockeys of Jamaica started to copy, which in patois, they would say swatting. Because even when we look at the pioneers of sky music, out of their own mouth, okay, they say originally they were swatting music from African American artists like Diana Ross, Fats Domino, B.B. King. Why you think when Bob Marley first came out, they were known as the Wellers? Because they was trying to sound like the Four Tops, stuff like that. They was listening to bebop and doo-wop and stuff like that. And what they did, because, you know, for years they was swatting or imitating the music from Black American artists, what they did was they changed the bass line. Black American artists bass line, they would use 4. Boom, 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 boom. And then they changed it to boom, 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 boom. This is out of their own mouth. This is out of their own mouth. And that became the development of sky music. Okay? This is just historical facts. Now, Who Hurt tell you he did not get his sound system idea from Jamaica. He even says he couldn't play no form of Jamaican music because the crowd that he was playing around, they wasn't with none of that. He said that they was listening to, y'all know they was listening to James Brown. You know who they were, I'm Black and I'm Proud. Did not Public Enemy say, I'm Black and I'm Proud? Can't Stop the Bum Rush. That is the foundation. That's who that was what was going on. That was the atmosphere of that time. So what was going on, many of the Jamaicans, they needed work. So a lot of them was going to Florida to pick oranges. And during the weekends, they would go to nightclubs in Florida and they seen the African American jukebox. This is what they say out of their mouth. This is not what I'm saying. This is what they're saying. They seen the jukeboxes, and the founder of the boombox systems from Jamaica, okay, tell you that, you know, he learned that idea from that Black American jukebox and took it back to Jamaica. This is what he say. This is not what I'm saying. He say this out of his own mouth. So the sound system did not come from Jamaica. And furthermore, you'll see Brooklyn, New York was known to have the best sound systems. While in the Bronx, they was doing hip hop and all that. They was having sound system parties over in Brooklyn, New York. And this is where you get dudes like DJ Grandmaster Flowers, who was the first Grandmaster before Grandmaster Flash. Grandmaster Flowers came in the 60s. You also had DJ Cool D or Cool DJ D from Brooklyn, New York, but he wound up going to the Bronxdale in them areas and became a part of the Black Spades. And he started DJing in the Bronx, but he was originally from Brooklyn. Okay, so These people that were our brothers and sisters, or the brothers and sisters that was over in Jamaica, they was listening to the African American disc jockeys from down south, and they learned toasting from cats like Jocko the Bear Henderson. These were the first toasters were Black Americans. All you got to do is type up African American toasting. All that there, it'll tell you that it come from the down south disc jockeys, and then it crossed over into Jamaica. This is what this is what academic consensus is saying, and this is what the pioneers of sky music. So when Busta Rhymes say that hip hop come from dance hall or Jamaican music and culture, none of that stuff is true. None of it. Okay? When Fat Joe say that hip hop is 50-50, none of that is true. Hip hop is an African American experience and creation. Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans, they contributed to something that already existed. That has to be made clear. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. There go Jocko the Bear Henderson again. Jocko, where you at? He was already rapping. Even though he wasn't the first hip hop rapper, let's make it clear. Remember, the elements became codified in Bronxdale into a culture, but the elements existed like in a singular sense. You might have a dude DJing over here, but he may not be graffitiing. He may not have knowledge of self, etc., etc. But there's an element that he's dealing with. Jocko, in this sense, he was toasting. He was jive talking and rapping. You know, yeah, I'm on the DJ wheels still. I'm the real deal. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. They was already doing that. Go to the next slide. You have here the original Grandmaster. There go Grandmaster Flowers right there. He was before Grandmaster Flash. Grandmaster Flowers had that name since the 1960s. He's the original Grandmaster. And the reason why you had these names Grandmaster, because back in the day, cats was deep into martial arts movies. And if you go into the Black Spades, they developed, what is it, the 54 blocks and all that old stuff where they be doing all that stuff. These is real martial arts. A lot of their OGs was like martial arts experts. So the lie to say, yeah, you know, he got the name Grandmaster because they were some type of master masons. No, that's not true. The term Grandmaster come because a lot of these cats that was in the gang culture and DJ and all, they was into martial arts. And they like martial arts movies. So that's the original Grandmaster, Grandmaster Flowers. Grandmaster Flash came much later. Grandmaster Flowers, and you talking about extending the break, extending the beat and all that old stuff, way before Hurt did his merry-go-round that y'all dedicate that to. No, Grandmaster Flowers, and no, they were already doing that. They were already extending the beat and all that stuff way before Kool Herc, Flash, Bambaataa, way before them. These are historical facts. We have to keep this portion of hip hop alive. Now, am I saying that Grandmaster Flowers was a hip hop DJ? No, I'm not, because what they was doing in Brooklyn and what they was doing in the Bronx was two different things. I'm saying that there were influences, just like DJ Hollywood. He was not a hip hop DJ. Now, Disco King Mario He was a hip hop DJ. Yes. Kool Herc, he was a hip hop DJ. Yes. Grandmaster Flowers was a discotheque DJ, not a disco music DJ, but a discotheque DJ. Okay. So when you talk about Cool DJ D or DJ Cool D and all them, originally he would be known, he was originally a discotheque DJ, but later when he wound up in the early 70s moving into Bronxdale, over in the Bronx or in the Bronx area, the southeast section of the Bronx, he became a hip hop DJ, being influenced by cats like DJ Disco King Mario. Okay, are y'all with me? Go to the next slide, please. There go DJ Hollywood. DJ Hollywood was fly. Everybody keep DJ Hollywood in prayer. One of his legs was amputated, and he's sick right now. So he been doing his lives, I think, like sometimes in the hospital, stuff like that. So just everybody, motivate. You know what I mean? Shout out to DJ Hollywood. But DJ Hollywood was the first hip hop rapper on the microphone. I'm in the zone. Woo, wah, woo, wah, 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 wah. That was DJ Hollywood. Killah Rock was the first MC, a master of ceremony. Throw your hands in the air like you just don't care. If the pretty ladies in the house, say yeah, yeah, say hell yeah, hell yeah. That's what Killah Rock was doing. See the difference? Go to the next slide. Give a shout out to DJ Phase, one of the original founders of hip hop. Not a pioneer, but the founder. Let me tell y'all about DJ Phase. DJ Phase is from the southeast section of the Bronx, known as Bronxdale Projects. He was in a gang known as the Little Rascals, which became absorbed into the zero division of the Black Spades, known as the Baby Spades. Originally, he was known, his nickname was Booby / Drummer Boy, okay? And what he was doing, first he was rocking with the one turntable, then the two turn. He was a young boy. He was drumming since he was like 4 years old. He wound up getting his first, I believe at the age of 5, his mother brought him his first drumming set. So they was running around, drumming, beatboxing, just doing weird things. In like 1970, they were little kids. 11 years old, 10, 12, 9, 13. They was just kids. And many of the young spades like Young Blackjack was influenced. And DJ Disco King Mario seen something different about Young Booby, a.k.a. DJ Phase. So Phase start rolling with DJ Disco King Mario. Sometimes DJ Disco King Mario would come pick up DJ Phase. Even his own mother testified to that on the culture, where they're interviewing DJ Phase and they was breaking down how DJ Disco King Mario used to take the young bulls with him, and they were like understudies of him. And he used to let them cut and scratch and do little things on, the equipment that Mario had. Sometimes, Mario would use equipment from different people, DJ Cool D's equipment, his own equipment, whatever the case was. They were, they was doing certain things that none of them were doing. Not even DJ Disco King Mario. Like when Booby, you talk about dress code, that B-boy look has to go to the green-eyed genie amongst the blacks, amongst the baby spades, also known as light-eyed Stan or green-eyed Stan. He was the first one rocking the suede Pumas and just that certain B-boy look. That's something that Stan put out there and started to spread throughout the Bronx, and then it extended all over the 5 boroughs. You see what I'm saying? The thing that is very intriguing about the story of the Black Spades, the Baby Spades, the Young Spades, DJ Disco King Mario, Green Eye Genie Stan, DJ Phase, Young Blackjack, all them, they have the drop back story to how it all started. That's what makes this so important, because when I talk to these individuals, when we them interviews together and podcast shows together, when they tell their story, it's a whole backdrop to it. You can see the whole picture. They was just running around experimenting with equipment, beatboxing out of their mouth, on their chest. You know what I'm saying? Just doing different things. And then the young space seen it and said, you know what? We're going to go, bring this to the surface. And then from there, DJ Disco King Mario was letting these young baby spades and young spades just do things outside in the parks on their equipment in Bronxdale. And from there, bang, the birth of hip hop. Next slide. So now we got the image of the nation gods and herbs, originally known as the 5% nation, right? And we see, the universal flag right there. Now, one might say, well, you're an Israelite, why are you bringing this up? Simple, because out of the 5 elements of hip hop, the last one is considered knowledge. So we got to see what's influencing the minds of these hip hoppers. And also, you can go into the Cab Calloway dictionary. Even though they give the term hip hop to a Black American man named Cowboy out of Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5, saying after the Vietnam War, he came through and was saying hip hop, stuff like that. But you'll see the old timers talking about, look at them jiggabugs, look at them hip hoppers. And you go into Cab Calloway's dictionary, you'll see the term a hippie hopper and all that. So we see that in our language. Now, getting back to knowledge, you see the nation gods and herbs, right? You see that influence even in Wu-Tang Clan. You see the 5% with their influencing Eric B. and Rakim, Brand Nubian, right? Shouts out to the God Lord Jamal, who's also keeping hip hop alive in its original form. Go to the next slide. You see the father Allah, also known as Clan's 13X. You go get a piece known as the Bomb. He known as Pudding. He was from Virginia. And when he originally learned about the teachings within the Nation of Islam, he was going to number 7 Mosque in Harlem, New York. And you had a captain there at the time known as Captain Joseph. And I believe at that time, they say Farrakhan, which even though number 7 Mosque also had that's the same mosque that what's my man Al Malik Shabazz, a.k.a. Malcolm X, came out of. Originally, when Malcolm X came from out of prison, he was shipped first to North Philadelphia of 25th and Nicholson Street with the late Jeremiah Shabazz, who developed number 12 Mosque. He came by the way of Atlanta, Georgia, and went to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and established the number 12 Mosque. I believe my man's Malcolm X between 56 to 58, around 56, 58-ish, around there, he was in Philadelphia, and then wound up going to Harlem, New York, after he came out of prison. He went to Philadelphia, then he went to Harlem, New York. Because Malcolm X helped to establish the very The very first mosque that Malcolm X established was in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That was the number 12 mosque with Jeremiah Shabazz. Later on, you know, that what became developed out of that is what they consider the Philadelphia Black Mafia, and et cetera. And y'all know the history of that. I'm not going to get into that. So, but later on, you know, after the assassination of our comrade Malcolm X, you know, in 1965, then later on, Farrakhan took the position for a little bit. And I think that was during the time of Klans 13X, that he was that head minister over the number 7 mosque in Harlem, New York. And the captain was Captain Joseph. Later on, you see Klans 13X leaving and producing the Nation Gods and Earths and coming up with the 120 lesson. You know what I'm saying? Which came from, you know, the lessons from the Nation of Islam, from the supreme wisdom of the Nation of Islam. Go to the next slide. There go Klans 13X again, as you can see in the 1960s. Okay, go to the next slide. You see that B-boy stance. You know, a lot of people, you know, identify that B-boy stance, you know, within, you know, the Nation of 5%. You know what I mean? This is the very first 5% newspaper right there that y'all see. And I mean, you got gods that's listening right now. They'll tell you if they consider me now cipher. The power rule, which is the Puerto Ricans, right? They came later. It's nothing wrong with saying that, because historically it's true. Remember, knowledge is one of the elements of hip hop. We have to see what is influencing the minds of these conscious rappers. Klans 13X was a Black American. Okay, go to the next slide. We see the Nation Gods and Earths again, dealing in hip hop. Go to the next slide. So now you see the Hebrew Israelite, you know, the Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalistic flag. You know what I'm saying? Red, white, blue, purple, gold is our mineral. That is the colors of the tabernacle. Yahweh's name in ancient Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew, the 12 stones for the 12 tribes of Yisrael. Then in the center, you got the menorah. Go to the next slide. So you see Adonenu, Rabbeinu Ben Ami, Ben Yisrael HaMoshiach, also known as Ben Ami. Remember, they came from out of all that because they left in 1967. What did you hear Hellraiser say on Renaissance, from Red Hook to Dimona? You're seeing this consciousness, right? I gave him a pound and I said shalom. You see Dougie Fresh saying that. Hey, yo, all right. Peace to the Israelites. All right, all right. Y'all ain't know Dougie Fresh was an Israelite? Y'all ain't know Slick Rick was an Israelite? Y'all ain't know that? Oh. Y'all ain't know Shar Rock was an Israelite? Killer Priest, Hellraiser, Sons of Man. Huh? What's that? Killer Army, we the last Armageddon. You noodle. No. Killer Army had that song, Wake the F Up. If it was sex, you would smoke the up. So wake the f up and get broke the f up. You noodle, I'm from the tribe of Judah. So the element is there. I'm just showing y'all. Remember, knowledge is one of the elements of hip hop. Ben Ami is from Chicago, Black American. led 400 Israelites out of the confines of the United States, went to Israel and became the biggest repatriation movement outside the United States in history. Hands down. That's a fact. Go to the next slide. That's a picture over 50 years old. Israelites over in Israel, but from the United States. You got to see what's going on. This is a Black American experience. This is all connected to hip hop. This is born in hip hop. This is one of the elements. The nation gods and earth / the 5% nation. Hebrew Israelites, Nation of Islam, Moorish Science Temple, Black Christian nationalism with the shrine of the Black Madonna, ancient Kemetic science. You have it on the rise in the 60s, you know, this Kemetic understanding. All this is the Black nationalistic movements. You got to remember, all this is helping to shape hip hop with the funk. Go to the next slide. You see us again over in Dimona. This is the 60s, 70s, early. You got to remember, all this is connected. Next slide. You see us again. And then you just heard, you know, KRS-One new album and the song 50 More Years of Hip Hop, right? Even though we know it's older, few years older, but what that say? Black Hebrew Exodus, 50 years on. We left in 1967. We know it's older now, but that 50 is very, you know, significant, right? Go to the next slide. There we go again. Gospel in the Holy Land, African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem. You know what I'm saying? We in the land. All this is going on. Told you hip hop was born from the pains and sorrow and the oppression of the Black American experience, symbolic to a woman in travail, giving birth to the Moshiach, the anointed Messiah called hip hop. Go to the next slide. Yeah, we got the Nation of Islam flag, freedom, justice, and equality. Go to the next slide. This is what's influencing the late most honorable Elijah Muhammad. You got to understand, he's influencing minds such as Malcolm X, Clarence 13X, which born a Raekwon the Chef, born a Ghostface Killah, born a RZA, a Jizza, a You God, the Inspector Death, Ghostface Killah, I said, Old Dirty Bastard, Master Killer, Capadonna, right? Method Man. These the gods, right? Clarence 13X, teachings come from Elijah Muhammad. This is all influencing hip hop. Remember the fifth element. You heard KRS-One talking about how to eat and live long time ago. Who wrote that book? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad. KRS-One was influenced by Elijah Muhammad. KRS-One was influenced by Ben Ami. KRS-One was influenced by Malachi Z. York. KRS-One was influenced by Malaga Karenga. KRS-One was influenced by Ashanti, Nafam and Ra, Ashby, Rashidi, Diop or Droop, Sheikh Anti-Droop or Diop, Obanga, Dr. Yosef A.A. ben Yochanan, Prince Asiel ben Shaliach ben Yisrael. They was influenced by these men, Yahweh ben Yahweh. Their minds were shaped by these masterminds, these gods on earth, right? That's the fifth element of hip hop. Go to the next slide. Noble Juali. Look at the Nation of Islam in their militancy. The S1W, right? Public Enemy, Poor Righteous Teachers, King's Son. All these guys, Della Homophoba Sapien, Souls of Mischief, Casual. A lot of people don't know Casual today is known as Smash Rockwell, the comedic historian. Y'all do know Smash Rockwell and Casual is the same person. Y'all know Cam that do his podcast, right? It's the Cam from the 90s, the famous West Coast rapper. He had that song Peace Treaty. Yeah. Y'all do know that. All these were influenced by the Nation of Islam. Remember, knowledge. Go to the next slide. Even the Puerto Rican young lords, they was influenced by the Black Panthers. The 10-point system that the Black Panthers have come directly from the Nation of Islam. Right? What y'all see? Malcolm X, the Nation of Islam, heavily influenced. Hip hop was heavily influenced by the Nation of Islam. Hip hop was heavily influenced by the Israelites. Hip hop was heavily influenced by Dr. Malachi Z. York. Even when you're talking about the three godfathers of hip hop, Who Hurt, Bambaataa, and Flash, you know that was influenced by Dr. Malachi Z. York, because Bambaataa is a follower of Dr. York, who acknowledged himself as an incarnation of the green light, being 98 trillion years old from the planet Risk, from the 19th galaxy. That's what he said in his book, Man from Planet Risk, right? And when you look at the basis of threes, because that's what York dealt with, you see hip hop, you know what I'm saying, going down this road. And what happened, because the powers that be wanted to distort the true origin of hip hop has now became a victim to the occult, so to say. And one day I'm going to come on this show and show that hip hop was infiltrated, and today's hip hop is not original hip hop, but a part of a humiliation cult movement today. And I want to give a shout out to Professor Griff, who was the first to actually write books and even document this stuff that was going on in hip hop years ago, and people was laughing at him. And now we see what's going on now. We see where hip hop has been led into. Hip hop has been led into the occult. That's another story, another time. Because the fifth element of hip hop, which is knowledge, has become manipulated. Originally, the knowledge part of hip hop was to help us to resist oppression that was taking place from the United States government, still using the COINTELPRO which was the counterintelligence program to stop the rise of a black messiah who would electrify the nationalistic aims of Black America. Then COINTELPRO morphed into the King Alfred plan. And then it morphed more because now it went from targeting Black Americans to now targeting also the Native American community and Hispanic community, mainly Puerto Ricans, and then it became known as the Rex 84. Then from Rex 84, it morphed into what we know as Project Megiddo, which came out in the millennium to target potential groups that they felt as though had the crave to manifest domestic terrorism. And who was they target? The Hebrew Israelites. Okay, go to the next slide. We see the Nation of Islam. Look at the sisters in modesty. That's why when you look at many of the pioneer rappers that were females, they were classy. We ain't even getting to the female rappers that was influenced by this knowledge. Your Queen Latifahs at the time. You know, your Moni Loves being a part of Native Tongues. They was all native. These people, what was Native Tongues? What was that? A Tribe Called Quest, De La Soul, Jungle Brothers, Moni Love, Queen Latifah. This was consciousness. This was the fifth element of hip hop. Remember, there are 5 elements. All these elements were created by foundational Black Americans or African Americans, Black Americans. We went through the nation Gods and Earths, or the nation of 5%, Plans 13X, Black American. Hebrew Israelites. Even though we started at Ben Ami, we know there were Hebrew Israelites way before that. If you're talking about Prophet William S. or William Sanders Crawley, 1847. If you're talking, you know, Prophet Cherry, going back to some of the old schools, 1915. Okay. If you're talking Rabbi Lan'Diin, all these, what about Queen Melinda Morris from 1901, etc., etc. You know what I mean? Yeah, they was way before Ben Ami, but since we in the 60s, I put the Kingdom of Yah, Ben Ami, Prince Asiel, all of them there because they was there at that specific time in our history. Next slide. Look at our sisters again. I had to show, shout out to the sisters who know that true modesty is beauty. You don't have to show yourself to show your beauty, because your intellect is going to permeate and radiate the objective from the subjective. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to the sisters who keep modesty apparel up. Hallelujah. Go to the next slide. Now we at Noble Drew Ali. Originally, the Moorish Science Temple of America was known as the Canaanite Temple that came from out of New Jersey, roughly around 1913. They became incorporated, I believe, what was it? I don't want to put a date out there, but it was between like 1919, 1920, something like that. And they became known as the Moorish Science Temple of America. So I don't want to put a date out there for that, but it was found 1913. That's a fact. And you got Moors, you got, you know, cats like Mos Def, Talib Kweli, different cats like that. So there's Moors. You even hear, you know, on Will Smith's song with Big Sean, Beautiful Scars, he said that, you know, that he got his, you know, his information and history from the Moors. You hear Will Smith saying that. So the Moors have played a major role in the development of the conscious part of hip hop. And remember, the Moors were before the Nation of Islam. Noble Drew Ali came before Elijah Muhammad. And you have word on the street that before Elijah Muhammad was even a part of the Nation of Islam, that Master Farah Muhammad and, you know, Elijah Muhammad had ties with Timothy Drew, a.k.a. Noble Drew Ali. That's, you know, you'll see Elijah Muhammad rocking the fez on his head. You know, you see that. So, you know, some people argue and say it's not true. Many scholars say it's true that Elijah Muhammad at one time was even a member of the Moore Science Temple. So go to the next slide. There go Noble Drew Ali right there in that stance. I just want y'all to see that this is what's developing the conscious part or the knowledge part of hip hop. Noble Drew Ali also was a Black American with Cherokee blood in him. Only thing I can do is just give the historical facts. So all the major radical groups, if that's what you want to call us, radical groups were founded by African Americans. This is what helped to shape the consciousness of hip hop. Go to the next slide. There you go. You see the Moore Science Temple again in America members. Go to the next slide. Is that the last slide? I think that is the last slide. So giving all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful, one of our forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, those striving for righteousness' sake. I say into the listening audience, Shalom Aleichem. It's definitely an honor and a privilege to be here talking about the true origin of hip hop. So in a nutshell, when we look at all 5 elements of hip hop, all these elements existed in its singular sense amongst foundational Black Americans or African Americans. Later on, after the Great Migration, you had those that were a part of the Great Migration from the Carolinas that moved to Bronxdale projects. And in that retrospect, them youth within the Black spades took these 5 elements and even other elements, but I'm just saying 5 because that's what the commoners know, okay? They took them elements and they put it into one, codified it, and made it into a culture known today as hip hop. I want to give honor to those pioneers who are not here today to speak on their behalf because they've left this earth maybe not knowing this would be the outcome, that hip hop would be like taken from them, so to say, and given to other people as if they didn't contribute to hip hop. So I'm the voice for those who can't speak. So I speak on behalf of those that have fallen amongst our people that couldn't, they word wasn't put out. And I mean, it's others that I haven't mentioned, but I wanted to give like a foundation so people can understand that hip hop was something that was developed by Black Americans. And, you know, there were other ethnic groups that contributed, but mainly the Puerto Ricans and the Jamaicans, they contributed. And we want to thank y'all for, you know, contributing and adding on to an art that already existed. You know what I'm saying? So I take nothing away from our Puerto Rican and Jamaican brothers and sisters that contributed to hip hop, but I can't give a false report and say that they were co-creators of hip hop when they were not. They were contributors or the first contributors to hip hop, but hip hop was created emphatically by Black Americans. Hallelujah. Allah.
I shine, science lion. kid, dynamite, you got warriors. Praise Yahweh, Allah, Hayam, two, turban wearing, shining, majestic diamond up, white, and the tire crown,
Welcome to the new age. I see through the eyes. Hezekiah, King Zion, War Lion, shine onyx, radiate Yah diamonds. Yasharahla, now rising. 12 tribes, praise Yahweh supreme, sovereign power. Welcome to the new age. I see through the eyes. Hezekiah, King Zion, War Lion, shine onyx, radiate Yah diamonds. Yasharahla, now rising. 12 tribes, praise Yahweh supreme, sovereign power. Israel, we be the missing link, like the nose of the Sphinx, watching the fall of Phoenix. Worshippers of Venus and Osiris' penis. Wicked seas breeding demons. Apollo's creed under legion. Send a six-pointed double jointed. Striving ancient Hebrew on the pavement with a flame. Bodies fossilized under concrete cemented. Medusa's visions descended in the garden. Ayashah, Nakasha's talking. Saw the Adam as divine sovereign. This world's hardest heart and like Pharaoh. Man looking in the mirror, drinking Bloody Mary, having orgies. 4 horsemen, apocalypse now becoming 1/3 from this land. Start running to the Mona, sun flares, burn Amalek with judgment. Yah's words hurt and thunder. Mount Seir age tremble, fulfill prophecy and great wonder. Centralized like Matumbo, or from HP the park where lost boys get hunted. Possessed from the hornet, brim stoker in the chokehold. Comatose and chanting souls. Dracula's death holes, got our necks swole. The young break the cheek of the old. We rule by Romans, caucus be food for vultures. Sacrifice to the dissolar. Yisrael, now we coming, living, breathing, talking, dead men walking, being sparked by the fire. Welcome to the new age. I see through the eyes. Hezekiah, King Zion, War Lion, shine onyx, radiate Yah diamonds. Yasharahla, now rising. 12 tribes, praise Yahweh supreme, sovereign power. Welcome to the new age. I see through the eyes. Hezekiah, King Zion, War Lion, shine onyx, radiate Yah diamonds. Yasharahla, now rising. 12 tribes, praise Yahweh supreme, sovereign power. My mind penetrates time zones, attack clones, unlock truth, mystery, Sherlock Holmes. My throne's barrel above metallic domes. Eyes amber, body onyx, stronger than diamond. My shores a lion, voice melodic. Allah Hayam, electronic, thoughts faster than sonic. Celestial Zion, I'm lodging. Push up, y'all burn fire. Gateway as the shield. 6-point triangle, untangle anger that became mangle. A fucking bangle for physical from sinning against innocent as the chosen. My mind's open, I'm focused from being frozen to time. Kept the suffering Egypt's bondage. My thoughts move mountains. Watch evil do its ways like x-rays. False with decays as the ancients reign. The multiverses, material terrain versus herbs became legends in the mind heavens. Consciousness transparent. Bill, Sephiroth, Torah, geometric Tetris. Examine the labyrinth using Jacob's ladder. Reach the iris, ion, catch the enlightenment. Abba Yakai, ignite, Dawada. Hamoshiach, rise. Every knee bow, Sire. Resurrect, rapid fire from the Hebrew prophets. My mentors are hard, philosophic. Knowledge dropping like comets from Shemayim. The plane that gave birth to everything that became what became. Yah power, 2025 scholar. Astral bodies against machines as we rage. Bring fame to Yah's name as we reign. Welcome to the new age. I see through the eyes. Hezekiah, King Zion, War Lion, shine onyx, radiate Yah diamonds. Yasharahla, now rising. 12 tribes, praise Yahweh supreme, sovereign power. Welcome to the new age. I see through the eyes. Hezekiah, King Zion, War Lion, shine onyx, radiate Yah diamonds. Yasharahla, now rising. 12 tribes, praise Yahweh supreme, sovereign power. My people, Tanzania, Prince Shar Lan'Diin. 2025 on deck. Know it. Wise mind. North Philly. HUNT-ING. PRK. Hunting Paul. Forever. Here you have it.
Off the coast, 13 tribe Kazar, beneath the radar. 1849, Austin Henry Layard dug up the empty graveyards. Assyrian libraries, Ashurbanipal, bones old as dinosaurs. Fossils were discovered in settlements without spinal cords. rhino horns. Peace shows some signs of dog. Excavated sheep, skeletons behind the wall. Just the top of the skull, couldn't find the jaw. The print looked like a lion's paw. Is that a diamond or a tiger's claw? Looks like iron was designed for war. Is that Inky or the Unky? India, who then is the monkey? Now humans came from monkeys, who then a human? Mighty Hebrew, his mind is lethal. Unblind the people from the shrine and cathedrals. Hakim Supreme, blew my mind to smithereens. Now I'm having vivid dreams. Travel time, revisit kings. Pharaoh mind to a wizard queen. Iggy do the house of the dead. Holy water doused on your head. Dreams of the underworld, where monsters dwell. Monks to spell, monks in hell. Eyes consume in their holes, their tongue as well. Something smells. They sunk their pails and they drunk from wells. Their body swell, once was frail. I opened the door before they rung the bell. What do you know? He has a gun to sell. I brung the shell, so he runs and yells. I bring on storms in all forms. I speak prophecies through the mic and none will fail. Study the stars like an astrologist. And if this is underground rap, I'm an archaeologist. If it's mainstream, then I'm the Nile River. And if it's Wu-Tang, I'm the Tao giver. They all about Killah. Iggy do house of the dead. Holy water doused on your head. Dreams of the underworld. A labyrinth, hidden passages, forbidden tablet myth, Leviathan, Pythagoras, tribes of men, savages. Jonathan C. Smith thought he had the key to the glyphs, but every time he tried to read it would switch. Jury's shadowy boats will float, a gloomy state. The death workers groom they face, the dead tools embrace. Courses of the heavenly body, ghosts of the former person, now reborn in verses. Don't want the workers. Call to submission. Saul had a vision, and Paul ascension through all dimensions. Whether in the body, he do not. Shock, same thing happened, probably till he not. Watch closely as you notice when you see my plots. My poetry is the seed that drops in the soil that boil like water in the teapot. Walter at the altar in the Cheops. Pyramids where the queen used to wear their wigs. Heavy stone lift, there's a mirror hid. Dusty, then it got clearer. Husky, I got closer. Someone touched me. Where's the Pharaoh? There he is. There he is.
Man, fire, pure fire, pure fire. Damn, man. I seen this pretty chick from LA.
Talk to him, Mighty Hebrew. Talk
She
to
from
him.
5'7", Crenshaw. You know I'm from Philly. Man, when I seen her, you know I had to drop game. Little something like this. As I look into her eyes, 2029, eternal shine this limelight throughout my mind. I was deaf, blinded from her beauty, dumbfounded, surrounding constellations moving. Cupid's arrow zooming, cloak from past who y'all protect my heart from the dagger. Rising for a 5-0 Afro mixed with Filipino. Still my heart, we fly away like eagles. Fuck jungle fever, we be soulmates since the days of the ethers. Covenant strive from a blood needle, become one flesh to die, y'all. Price for our people, from our love we born Elo, and our Lan'Diin, Cabana Khan, move as bishop, rise the heavens of Yah, Hashemaya, rise with Etana, my true love, highness, Etana, my true love, highness, you're the highest, daughter of Zion, our love be priceless, we born Messiah as we rise, and return to Yahweh, Abanawa, Etana, my true love, highness, you're the highest, daughter of Zion, our love be priceless, we born Messiah as we rise, and return to Yahweh, Abanawa, trip walking, you do more than talking, Gear Ellie's finest, showing crew righteous, every move perfect, grew from garments to the nude, you the truth direct, check a bitch in the face to the zoom, you blossom bloom, limelight in the room, you tune those disrespectful, your sex game is klepto, mad in love with a maniac, call me brainiac, crash course collision, those attacking, this ain't no act, I love you, lead, all action, Yakai satisfaction is priceless, I honor marriage, eternal carriage, Philly, Cali, love in the building in Africa, now we live in old weather feeling, we made it, a safe haven beyond time and space, our love shaped in the right place, rising with Etana, my love, highness,
Baby girl, you the finest. Etana, my true love highness. You're the highest. Daughter of Zion, our love be priceless. We born Messiah as we rise and return to Yahweh, Abanawa. Etana, my true love highness. You're the highest. Daughter of Zion, our love be priceless. We born Messiah as we rise and return to Yahweh, Abanawa. I would like to dedicate this song to my beautiful Isha, my wife, Princess Rakia Etana Beneath Yasharahla. Yo, you roll with me all the way to Africa. I love you, baby girl. Know that your king is here forevermore. Hallelujah, Yaha, Sila.
Oh man. Shout out to Princess Etana. You know what I mean? You know, everybody know, I wanna everybody thank you for all their prayers. Y'all know she was battling breast cancer. She beat it. She beat that. You know what I mean? She, even though they removed both breasts, she beat that. So shout out to the princess. You know, she definitely a warrior. Y'all seen me when I brought her on Killer Priest podcast when Tahuti did that interview with me and Princess Etana. So, you know, just to let y'all know, she sends her shaloms to everybody. She's healed. You know, I'd rather be here, get rid of that, and she's still here with us. So shout out, she gave me the inspiration to write that song, you know, Etana. You know what I'm saying? But is there anybody in the back?
Nah, nobody's in the back.
If if you can hear me, Mina, I know you in the audience. I'll put that link in your inbox. If you can come on real quick, that'll be dope. Text me real quick and let me know if you coming through. So let's talk while we waiting. What's going on, man? So how did you like the presentation? Let's get it
Presentation
cracking.
was dope, man. The presentation was dope. I think some of the people might have had their own preconceived notions, but once you start hitting all of the points, everybody, I mean, it's plain. You see what I'm saying? And we come from scholastic environments. You see what I'm saying? Like you add on what you add on. So this is your offering in regards to it. But I could tell you, from a hip hop perspective, ain't nobody made it as plain like that. You see what I'm saying? Like throughout all of the cultural influences and narratives that shaped the Black American experience, he was able to infuse and weave in all of the points on the timeline. You see what I'm saying? All of the points on the timeline, so nobody was left out. I want to ask you. You touched on it briefly, but Israelite culture and hip hop. You see what I'm saying? Like we saw the Islamic influence, we saw the influence of the gods, we saw the influence of the Moors, but there's only one other person that I know for sure that spoke about the influence of the kingdom of Yah on their life to the point that they brought it into music. You know what I'm saying? Like I know in Dimona they got the messengers. You understand what I'm saying? And I seen Eddie Murphy. You know what I'm saying? I've seen a lot of people over the years kind of flirt with the idea that they're dealing with the culture, but God consciousness from your purview. Can you talk about that connection between the consciousness and hip hop together?
Yeah, you definitely had pioneers. I'll say, Sons of Man. You'll see them coming in. You know, even when you look at the album Old Testament, you know what I'm saying? You know, if you could put that up real quick, if you can go get real quick, type in Sons of Man album, Old Testament, so that people can see the album cover. And I mean, it's phenomenon the way they were already ahead of their time. You know what I'm saying? And just you'll see the Hebrew all throughout the album cover, and then you'll see that S, that sun in the center. You know what I mean? You got affiliation from out of Philly, United Snakes of America, God. You know what I mean? building with Israelites trapped by Iron Gate, United States. So you're seeing, I'll say this openly, you didn't see, the Israelite presence really into Killah Priest. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Okay, yeah, there it is right there. Blow that up so the people can see that. If you can force that up a little bit more, because it seemed far away. See if your joint will blow up. You might have to get another picture. I don't know, but that's it right there. That's it right there. And Killah Priest, he put that. Yup. Keep bringing it. Bring it more. Yup. Yup. Keep bringing it. Come on. Come on. A little bit more. I mean, that's fine right there. So you can see the sons of man. You can see the Torah scroll right there. You see the Hebrew in the background and see the Old Testament. So you're seeing this influence, but I'm gonna say this: you seen elements of the Hebrew Israelite presence with the mysterious misfits and all them in the 90s, and you see certain sayings with Dougie Fresh in the 80s, even Houdini, cats like that. But the face, I'm gonna say, is Killah Priest. The face is Killah Priest. You know what I mean? So when you, with the basic instructions before leaving Earth, life is a test. When you quest the universe, I do my research. You know what I'm saying? The first shall be last, the last shall be first. You know what I'm saying? And oh, okay, that's you. Okay, and he say even when your arms too short, the one step. Early natives related to the thrones of David, captured by some patriots and thrown on slave ships. They stripped us naked while their wives picked their favorite. Lives are wasted in the hands of the hated, driven from the guard. Now we starving in a modern Sodom. They call it Harlem.
Yeah.
Got the righteous rabbi ice pick, seeking psychics for advices. I stay in ciphers. My life is connected to the second son of Isaac. That's talking about Jacob, which held a tight grip on the heels of his brother, meaning Esau, heels of his brother, revealed to the younger, revealed to the elders to serve the younger, words heard in thunder. So Greece is that face. Whereas though you see Israelite music everywhere today. So I'm going to say the godfather, so to say, of Hebrew Israelite conscious music, giving it a face, would in fact be Killah Priest. That's, you know what I mean? And yeah, you had the Messianic Sons, and you had Israelite rappers openly before priests, but they weren't. Priests took. I'm gonna keep it a bean, and I ain't trying to step on nobody's toes. I'm saying the Killah Priest is the true embodiment of hip hop in absolute. Like let's keep it real. When we look at all these albums he consistently coming out with, you could tell that he's not creating but receiving these thought process from the higher elements of the multiverse, so to say. In Kabbalistic thought, we teach at the Mighty Hebrew University, no one creates thoughts. You only receive thoughts. So understanding that, and even Dr. Ben says, truth don't come from us, it comes through us. Okay? To say all that, I'm saying that Killah Priest has tapped into a part of the Azuletic world of existence and pure will that no other MC has tapped into. each MC might have had their dispensation, you know, but I'm saying that he has took hip hop somewhere where as though calling him the godfather of conscious hip hop, that's an understatement. He has took it so beyond the labeling, if you understand what I'm saying. Like he's on such a level that you can't even label, you know, him being the godfather of this or the father of that or this. You see what I'm saying? Because he can give it to you on every level and even levels you don't even know. And the thing with Killah Priest, he pushes beyond the limits. It's like he's like 7,000 miles away from everybody else right now. If you understand what I'm saying. Like you could put on Killah Priest's music right now, that's out now, 50 years later, and it sound like it just came out. You can, Killah Priest music is so beyond the Richter scale that we can take albums and write books out of. You see? That's the level of power that he's on when he's tapping into the funk, so to say. From what I was speaking about earlier, you seen the Sun Ra Orchestra tapping into the funk. You see this going on. So yeah, the Hebrew Israelites, they do play a major role in more or less, you know, with priests, the sons of man, Hellraiser, Killer Army, Bronze Nazareth. It goes on and on. But we can't never
Market militia, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Shabazz the disciple.
Word.
You see this taking place, but we gotta give accolade to those that opened up the door for Killah Priest. We gotta give a shout out to the Wu. And it's funny how you see this Israelite Nation of Islam / Nation God and Earth working together, and quiet as it's kept. The Nation of Islam, many years, have worked with the Israelites in Dimona for many years. So you see this in hip hop. You see this in consciousness. You see this with the Million Man March, the Million Family March, who spoke before Farrakhan, Ben Ahmed. Remember, the fifth element of hip hop is knowledge. So you hear it. The priest born your mighty Hebrews. Because when I heard Killah Priest, I was already rapping. A lot of people don't know my background in hip hop. So let me give y'all a little bird's eye view. I got into the rap game roughly around 1988. The one that pulled me in the rap game, y'all know him as Sheliano. I'm pretty sure you heard of him before, right? Born the Law?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sheliano, me and Sheliano, we was originally rap partners. It was called we were called Two's Enough. From Two's Enough, we wound up developing Poetic Alliance, and we got signed to Rough House Records. Because you know Rough House came out of Philly. So we got signed with Rough House Records, you know what I mean? And you know, things happened and the group was split up. But I can tell you some people we opened up for. So we opened up for Onyx. We opened up for Master Ace. We opened up for Poor Righteous Teacher, Bahamadia, Tough Crew, Red Man, man, EPMD. I opened up for a lot of people, man. A lot of people in the early 90s, the Roots, but they were called Square Roots at the time, strictly Square Roots. Bahamadia. I remember when and KRS-One may not even remember. I opened up for Chris at the Fever nightclub. I remember that was in 1993. Okay. What happened back in the 90s in Philly, a lot of the major rappers back then would come to our clubs like the Trocadero, the Fever, and before they would perform, they would have local artists perform. So this is why you would see me in newspapers like me, magazines like Philly Street Buzz. You'll see me in ciphers with affiliation. I knew Master Law Rule Savior personally, which is known as Mars, that be on the song with the Roots clones. First of all, let's talk about these real capers. I remember when he wrote that verse. You know what I'm saying? Like, I personally know these guys, because I was heavy into the hip hop scene. So I wound up falling off, but I kept writing. So, I wind up becoming featured on an album called The Children of Israel, First Fruit. And that was on a song called Concrete Jungle. And it just spread like wildflower in 2005, all throughout the United States, even as far as Europe. You know what I mean? You can, as a matter of fact, you could play that real quick so the people, I would like you to play that. If you go on my YouTube page and you see playlists, you're gonna see you hit that playlist and you're gonna see Children of Israel First Fruit. It's the first song, Concrete Jungle. So when I was on that Concrete Jungle, cats heard me, so they wanted to hear me. So one day I was spitting on MySpace. Killah Priest heard me. So Killah Priest contacted me. We started chopping it up. So he was like, yo, I'm putting something together called G-Cycle. So I'm like, all right. Say, I want you to be a part of that. So I'm like, all right, cool. I'm with it. You know what I mean? So I just kept spitting, doing what I was doing. So Killah Priest was working on his album, The Psychic World of Walter Reed, but it wasn't called it just yet. He was just putting, this was roughly around 2009. So that song where he be like, I'm a smooth prince, New Wabi and Israelite, something, my record blows. I was originally on that song with Killah Priest. I'll come in return of the Jedi, a.k.a. Jedediah, Allah Hayamez, Yah's powers. I was on that. But, I lost contact with Killah Priest. My verse wasn't added on there. I think he added somebody else. Yeah, he added somebody else on there. Then I wind up, getting with Hellraiser through Tella B, the Queen Bee, Tella B. I wind up getting with Hellraiser. So Hellraiser, he pushing me. He like, look, man, you need to bring your music out, man. Bring your music out. Because I would be featuring on somebody track here or there, but I never came out with an album. So Killah Priest and Hellraiser like, look, you need to come out with your own album. So I wind up coming out with my first album, 2021, which is mine, which is an acronym that means mental is never destroyed. I came out with that. Then I came out with, in 2023, Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon. Then from Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon, 2024, I came out with the album War Cloud. Then 2025, I dropped my single for my fourth album coming out, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, called King Hezekiah. You just played that on here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just in the lab. I want to give a shout out to Tanzanian Afrobeats hip hop producer, Wise Man, a.k.a. the Sith Lord. I also want to give a shout out to DJ Los. DJ Los right now on tour or preparing to go on tour with Slum Village. Shout out to Slum Village. Shout out to all my Detroit cats that work with me. DJ Los, He worked with a lot of Royce the 5'9", Rakim. He worked with a lot of cats. So on all three of my albums, he did a lot of production on all three of my albums. So give a shout out to DJ Los. Give a shout out to Chief Kantar from Tanzania. That's, he works on my albums as well. Give a shout out to Lord Melchizedek from out Tacoma, Washington. He's also a producer. I got 4 producers that have been working on all my albums, dope producers. You know what I mean? Just give a shout out to them. Also, a shout out to Hellraiser, Teller B, along with Killah Priest, who kept pushing me to like make music. So it's like, it's just flowing now. Music is just flowing out of me, And at first I had to like, I used to be so deep, or people would say, yo, your music's so deep. You got to do this, you got to do that. And I kept saying, no, I just want to be me. And I finally found my lane. So that's where I'm at.
He went on and on about hell, damnation, judgment day, salvation.
Should have seen it, man. It was beautiful, man. His heart lifted like a glass of champagne. Fame stretched off his name from Brooklyn Projects to hoods in Fort Wayne. Standing applause by the hands on the clock. Above the audience watch. Pitch dark as he stood on his block. The night was agitated. D's invaded with affidavits. Placing faces in cases, some were crack related. The young dude stood on his cue. Spoke to his crew. Words were smooth. Watch how we move. Glock on him too. Fly words next to the ears of his peers. Words sincere. Tired I prepared. 89 and fly gear. Before Ozzy took it there, said this is Sodom and Gomorrah. Years and number, days are shorter. We need to switch up, study the Torah. Keep the Shabbat, change our name, but call our brothers Ak. I'm tired of running, ducking from cops. The crew wrestle with thoughts. No longer the transport and hit little man off. Too many transplants in our camp. We lost. I knew this judge, his words was exceedingly strong, unnaturally warm. Hand down sentence like a storm. Rain on your bone from his horn. It was classic. How he took the weed and passed it, dumped the ashes and blew out the cosmic gases. Bridges of dark matter, giant clusters of rocks. Harmony of the universe, a trillion years of puzzle lights. The home within the cosmic world. Rose petals and snow flowers. Water draws up in showers. Fields of the macabre. To love is the true meaning of power. It's gotta be more than just this. They sell us drugs and alcohol and they rich. Took a fall, become poor because of snitch. My will stands as pillars as testaments. Repent to re-strength. There goes that weed scent of peppermint. Stay focused, the final hour approaches. Just try to coach us. The Lord drinks from the cup of the sword saint. Magic fire, Choctaw Indian. We cover our face with war paint. Hold up, I think I need more ink. My arm, the tattoo lady, drew on the Sphinx. Silver needle, that oolong tea, that green and white. In the winter mountain, where they pick tender leaves, we brew, so smell the aroma. God called, but I hit like Jonah. I'm in my crib studying yoga, healing my ulcer. Riding the cosmic wave like Noah. Standing in the celestial court, caught thought till it's over. Bridges of dark matter, giant clusters of rocks. Harmony of the universe, a trillion years of puzzle lights. The home within the cosmic world. Rose petals and snow flowers. Water draws up in showers. Fields of the macabre. To love is the true meaning of power.
Excellent. Excellent. Absolutely. Did anybody come in the back yet?
Not yet, not yet. We running out of time too. You know what I'm saying? I already got the word. We're gonna have to wrap it up.
Okay, okay. It was
Yeah,
definitely an honor.
we could come back on like the 30th or something like that. You know what I'm saying? If you want to come back do a part two, you know what I mean, give her a chance to, you know, honor her father
Yeah.
and speak about her father's legacy. You know what I'm saying? So between next week and, you know, the week after, just let me know. You know what I'm saying? And we'll put it together. That way, you know, we get a chance to get the oral tradition from somebody who lived through it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, absolutely. I got a request for you, man.
What's going on?
I got a request. You know, you heard of Chief Kamachi, right?
Yeah.
He got a new. He got some new stuff out, man. He got some new stuff out. Play. You think you could play one of Chief new songs?
I don't know if it's gonna mess with the. I don't want nothing to be messing with the stream. You know, this ain't my. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
Pick one of my songs. Close out. I enjoyed this. I enjoyed this. You know what I'm saying? And you know, next time I'll come on. Maybe we can do the question and answers. Maybe people might want to ask questions, stuff like that. But I'm talk to Mina and see if I can get on. But it was definitely an honor coming on here to the Rabbah, you know, and to Killah Priest podcast. Shout out to AD. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Solo Gems. Shout out to Makipara, yourself. Shout out to Rasul. Just all y'all that's constantly, you know, pushing this work to keep real hip hop alive. Shout out to the, you know, the watching audience, the listening audience that's been taking their notes. I've been seeing the pros and cons. And again, I just want to say this one more time before I go. This presentation was out of love and respect to the founders and pioneers of hip hop. And this is no disrespect. And what I will do, I'm going to put another PowerPoint presentation together. And that presentation is going to be the contributions that Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans have done within hip hop. That's what I'm going to do my next PowerPoint. So I just want to make it clear that this don't have anything to do with in a negative way with anyone. I just wanted to be put on record that it was Black Americans that created hip hop. Much respect. Shalom, shalom. My song produced by DJ Los right here. Check it out. Let's get it.
Ain't no way. Divine being, I be Lan'Diin, stubborn to break his teeth. I see the beast coming forth the north, sparking in the dark. Showing the arc, sending the arch with degrees from the east. Tanzania be fuck Illuminati, like Malcolm hold the shy. Enemy spy, the drop a guy who turn the city Gotham. Music gothic, I was straight like the Shaka. Uptown spit fire vodka or 9-5 rock bronze. And as with the war calm, Muslims call the Adon thing Shema. O Yisrael, we raise out of hell. Break gates, those enslaved, animated cape. Two-faced Jake Snake reside in the brain, stimulating lower hate. The Kali you get AIDS with blood stains and post vamp. The lost amp Raymond schizophrenics. Damn it, I see the puppet master disaster. Can't stop, muscle rock, I'm the master. Leeway got the globe, I'm the last dragon. Always be first. You drop a verse, I impose a y'all curse. Burst for truth, obey my thirst. Talk, get your jaw broke. Herb ass nigga, we made your whole all figures. Fuck Tommy Hill, no more slaves in the field. We ram any squad, keep it real. Never fake a dollar bill. Come close, get popped like pain pills. I see the blue still running me down in the wilderness in the end. We fulfill the will. We fulfill the will. With real skill. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. I destroy MCs. The science in my mind. Reign supreme on this rap theme shit. I take it to an extreme like a black Lotus priest in a cipher. I eat you up like pieces of Reese's. Catch the anthropology of my word currency. You fucking with me. You need an emergency surgery on the parts of your body from my acid mean. Chemistry attacking the carbon of your bone anatomy. I'll put 99 pressure points in your body like cavities. Leave you there for a tragedy. On the ground, face down, you're leaking. Your soul's running out like batteries. Fucking with the Apache. With the Minecraft Shogazuki. You better pistol whip from the butt of the battle gun. Like females getting fucked up and pointing movies and flicks behind my back. Suckers talk shit and my face you on my dick. As well as your sister roulette. Play Russian if you want, watch you get sickle. Baby moms always want to give me pussy tissue. Come close to you thoughts that I drop you, then stomp you and swamp your crew until I see your brains wasted on the ground like noodles. Stalk your family like Cujo. I'll blow up like atoms from the shooting up top booms and put fools in earth tombs like raccoons. You switch styles from straight to Sassoon. On the mic, you be babbling like baboons. Bust you like a balloon and assassinate your whole platoon. Like I was a con, you the enemy American in Vietnam. Black cop bootlickers wanna be Nazis. Minds building on inferiority. Lan'Diin Ben Ami has a high superiority. I'm Elohim and with a powerful killer army. You can't harm me. Back the fuck up me before you thoughts leave your brain soggy. And your body holy with no matrimony, no ceremonies. What nigga? It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC.
Get your weapon. I already have mine. That's my arms. Your sword's good, I admit. Still, if you should lose it, you're finished. But my arms, they always stay with me.
Shout out to the tribal minister, Shar Lan'Diin, affectionately known to us as the Mighty Hebrew. Go run the streams up. You understand? Get the albums, share the albums, you know what I'm saying? Play more Mighty Hebrew, you know what I mean? So we over here about to close out. Just do this quick reminder, song promotion segment. Tomorrow, which is Thursday and Sunday, play more Killer Priest. You understand? A lot of things are happening out here. So get in tune, get tapped in. Shout out to AD. Shout out to Killer Priest. Shout out to Solo Jim. Shout out to the Pod Craft. Shout out to the Craft Room, the God Craft. Everybody out here working. All right. So go to killerpriest.tv. Buy something today. You understand what I'm saying? Buy something for somebody. If you love them, send them this joint, man. Tell them to play more Killer Priest. You know what I'm saying? So what are we supposed to say to them? What's the mantra? What's the call to action? Let me see how many times I see it over here in the chat. On the count of 3, what we supposed to tell the world? Let's see. I give y'all 10 seconds over here. And shout out to Crumb. Crumb was about to come break something down. So we're gonna have to make room for that. One of these wind downs, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the master student, you know what I mean? He's about to hop on and break something down. So what's the mantra? Minty Hotep, what's the mantra? Aurora Borealis. What are we telling the world? I don't see it. I don't even see it. Oh, keep loving, keep shining. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the DJ from Guam, man. You understand what I'm saying? I don't see it, though. I gave y'all the mantra at the beginning. What are we supposed to be doing? Shout out to John Newsom also. He shared this into his stories, and he had the mantra, play more Killer Priest. You understand? I'm going to try AD on y'all, man. Try AD on. Go to killerpriest.tv. Buy something. Share something. Create one of them reels or one of them carousels with the song in the background. You know what I'm saying? The Braxis 2 about to come up. And shout out to Nero for coming through earlier, showing love and sharing some of that only in LA. You understand what I'm saying? So we about to get up out of here. Got a few minutes for the aftercraft. Literally a few. We ain't got too much. So we're going to play more Killer Priest and then we get up out of here. And we will see y'all tomorrow with AD, Solo Gems, and Deion Software Hip Hop Killer Priest. Peace, y'all.
The stoic silence of the oldest island begin to thaw, replaced by a growing comfort from endless wars. A sense of openness from the hopelessness of night terrors and war-torn. A culture hit on the tree whose roots go down to hell. A vulture sits, its fruits are strange. Comfort is the enemy of change. That's Buddha slain. Ostentatious displays of masculinity, master identity, clashes of chemistry, acts to ministry. They found ossuaries where Yasha was buried. Yale and Oxford is wealthy. That's where it's held in box with the Staleys. Sensation-seeking journalists, selfish collectors, thieves and lit professors, search for leads to hidden treasures, forbidden fruit that Adam and Eve bitten together. Seductive promise, corrupt the conscious, curse of the monstrous, a bomb nuclear launchers, dinosaurs extinct who instruct the comets, destructive regardless, Buddha's twisted bamboo, the Messiah touch a carpet, unspoken tension, permeated the air, the sun show us vision, made perfectly clear, the whole solar system, from days, months to years, casting net over our tranquil existence, joy and tears. The town's whispers grew louder, weaving tales of a particular king of power, deceived as well. Conversation in hush tones spoke of a clandestine underworld, King Tut's bones, the son of hell. Gray smoke filled the air, creating a nostalgic atmosphere, contentment, religious. In the quietude of recent years, a mysterious veil descended from the night upon the living. The sun dipped below the horizon. The streets took on a different shape altogether. Monopolizing luxury cars, sleek and expensive, stealthy rolled through the winters. Criminal business with their wives and the fitness. Some took bribes, leads to a sentence. Some survived, codependent, now they co-defendants. Exposed to witness through hopes and contradictions. Cellmates, ex-cons in prison, killers with long convictions, addicts with strong addictions. Badges, they draw depictions. Priest and mystic, listen. My book fell apart when I touched it. Its pages turned back to a papyrus, then went back to a tree, to a seed of a mustard. Nah, don't cry now.
There's a lot of alcohol in my
Extra
right now.
room
If you
in the
could
vape.
ignore all of this message because
Extra room in the vape Vedic, vape room, extra room, yeah. Vedic, vape, saga, extra room, cry. Four.
vámonos a la playa.
Embraced by poisonous snakes, such as the cobra and the banded crate, the black mamba, Uganda. No chance, it's fate. You lie under the thunder in a tantric state. In Leo summers, the wonders after cancer breaks. Aquarius moon, various rooms. Raided his Vedic papers, he's buried in tombs. This ghost need a body to host. There's something godly invoked. Went through my arteries like a tsunami. I wrote on impulse. The insult was flowing through my mental, in my fingers and my pencil. Extremely yet gentle. I'm no longer a vessel for devils. I'm something holy, something special. The OG that came up some levels. I wrestled with modern Romans. Over 30 pieces of shekels. I was sold out by Black Judas for my rap music. Hated I had math to it. Drift down my path on the wrath. It was mad fluid. From my pad I had students. Caught up in religion. It's either that or drugs or superstition. Stevie Wonder, could you give us your vision? Fake preachers and politicians. All world leaders are under suspicion. Hey, I got something to say. Take off your glasses, read, obey. Classes, we are slaves. That's what it reads. Misbehave. They live as a classic till this day. I bed as a casket, elevator cage. I suppress all my melanated ways. The angel's gun, load the pellets from my page. Shooting the righteous words. I can't fight this urge. Kill a bee and the mic is herbs. I got a bad chick from El Salvador. She says she's moving to El Paso. She's with her friends from South Central LA. We having tequila and tacos.
Priest, vámonos a la playa.
Playboy, killer priest. Early Egyptian knowledge, hieroglyphics on hydraulics. Home of the Lakers, home of the Dodgers. Known for shooting, but I'm in Houston with the Rockets. Pina coladas, I'm in Nevada, then in Stockton. When you hear Jose, you know I'm good for it. Late night JFK, land in Newark. Then I'm headed to the city, uptown. What's up, Isabel? Where's your brother Chacho? I need some more pounds. Extra room, saga. Extra room, saga. Because we're royal, the royal priesthood never stops. The royal priesthood is alive. Oh, come join on the podcraft. From a moderator, join into the podcraft. AD solo gems the podcraft.
Faith Room Saga continues. Extra room, extra room.
It's the rain, it's the rain. I'll spare the life.
Born natives in the flesh with the hidden wings. I'm talking angles that connect, it's a different thing. We royal priesthood, we the wizard kings.
The most anticipated kiss the ring. Scream the name out for the priest. Supreme, all real kiss the ring.
We the royal priesthood, we the wizard kings.
Smacking seas, watch you scream your majesty.
She's not a raven, not a dove, and not a pelican. The immortalized phoenix, universal element. The throne holder with the flow that's most eloquent. Bringing the rebellion, the mothership propelling it. I'm nicer than they ever fathom every time I'm doing this. My energy is like slicing an atom to its nucleus. Interstellar, surpass astronomical. That's why my aura got a sparkle like a diamond do. Soaring through the sky, but I was born underground. Blood on the temple from the thorns in the crown. The seventh seal will open when the horn makes a sound. No time to mourn, you was born not to stick around. to start reflecting and atoning. I recollect the sectors I was known in, even long before the Greco-Roman. Time to bow and kiss the ring, you will respect the chosen. I won the battle before I select my next opponent. 6 million ways to die, they lied to the masses, but they never taught you how to rise about the ashes. My intuition say we trapped inside a simulation, so I'm here to bring demolition to imitations. I dispel the pressure when I held the scepter, the luminescent, iridescent solar cell receptor. I rebelled and I refused to sell the elder treasure. Time to unify, rebel against the hell forever. Every word in the verse, you know it is Phoenix. Give the people rebirth like I'm growing a fetus. Say the truth with my chest like showing my cleavage. The mothership kiss the ring, cause we the ring leaders.
Multitasking through the multiverse, immersed in the energy that broke the curse. In a thirst for higher works, dispersed out your speaker box like Peter Tosh. Days balance equal vernal equinox. High voltage, frequent shocks, outward charged particles. Flares bring more color than carnivals. Editorials, rhymes and written articles. Alkaline, my arsenal, I'm Canis Major. Others are marginal. Fez, brilliant red like a cardinal. Flourishing with other Moorish kings. Kiss the rings, mystic strings. Beyond intellect, holistic beings. Ecclesiastic, legendary like Atlantis. Reminded of divine protection, seeing a praying mantis. King Sharif on my throne, caliphate in the east. My influence increased from Greece to Mozambique. Crown jewel, laying new ground rules. Evil Carre, my mind sparred in renowned schools. No parlay, gracious, build an oasis. Spacious, greatness, entire priesthood, traveling spaceships. Connect with lawmakers, Mahatmas, scholarly, those who know the truth about the Barbary. God's professor, private sector, peep the architecture. Tartarian, so on the microphone, a barbarian. Islam, Al Day and Bay. If we Voltron clans, we'll run circles round Satan like the Photon Band.
Jack fell down, broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. The black and brown came from the ground and filled the sun of the magma. I rap profound as a lounge so nail in front of your master. From merry-go-rounds to burial grounds, I killed every one of you rappers. With my skills I can heal, but my tongue is disaster. The age seal is revealed in none of the chapters. Burn them on cheap wood, this royal priesthood. There's cavities and casualties wherever we stood. When I black out and see the bats route, I say things that make the cats crouch. Wings from my back sprout, serpent's coil. Anoint the head with virgin oil, drip with olives. We sit in garments and spit astrology. Regardless, we goddess and goddesses. And thick as the dip with the garlic. But hard as the chip, that's smart, that's trick knowledge. Nah, we kick knowledge while eating salad in a big palace. The roof open and the sky show a rich harvest. The Bitterman man, the black who a thick target.
Hey, yo, musically I'm married to the group that's a wedding band. Cycle Jordan rings like Thanos with the heavy hand. The ringleader, the electric lamb. I'm staring at the rings like a breast exam. I'm peering up the next psychoactive drug ring. Spirals in the dust ring. I made a campfire with the circle around the sun spring. I see rings in the flowers when the blossoms bloom. Knock the onion rings out of supersonic boom. That's 2 holes in the middle of the VM. I seen rings in the middle of the tree limbs. Clothed in the gospel, the noble, apostle. I'm moving more circles than the O's in Morocco. My blow made the rocks blow. Killing sex traffickers, my flow freed the kids in the ring. From death massacre, priesthood, vampire hunters, arrest Dracula. Earth stage, I rock, never left in the ground. But smoke till I'm so high up that heaven is down. 12 angels quickly circle me wherever I'm found. Morris headband leader, that's a heraldry crown. Like your nose, sort of omens, bodies lammed in the floor. Purple rings of cerebellum, see who answers the door. As I quickly throws, they bang the snow rings like the sound of sleeping, playing ring toss with my chakras over mountain peaks. Now to the owl chief, ornaments around the reef, alkali, riding on the decibels around the streets. Brainstorm will gather the star charters as every knee bends, kiss the rings of the Zod father. The Don Zada, in a sense, like the Nag Champa, knowledge chomper, Kaharaja, squash him like a Kalabasa, Kali Lama, Dalai Lama lamp, Muhammad Ali Baba, uncontrolled voters. They all bowed down when we stood. Big flag, zigzag, zodiac, killer priesthood. Killer priesthood.
Scream the name out, royal priest. Leave the blood spilling in the street. King, supreme, all kneel, kiss the ring. Scream the name out, royal priest. Leave the blood spilling in the street. King, supreme, all kneel, kiss the ring.
We flying.
Yeah, Priest, Ty Phoenix. Let's get it.
Killer priest,
yeah.
Ty Phoenix.
From a must seed, I must succeed. Through storm clouds, the horned owl just brush the trees. The rainfall, I remain small, so luckily the grain is tall, but I change form, become a tree. Dusting off my leaves, the moth and bee swirl around me. A world with no boundaries. The ignorant 10% thought it was just a breeze. Throwing dirt cause their heart holds in their hurt. Hey yo, Ty, you know the chart shows when to be alert. This goes from 2 in a verse to a whole universe. The altitude is windy, but through currents and air pockets, a rare prophet. To feel the world is too empty. It's too much to explain. Top pH is the water, so it's only right she rain. And y'all know my name. Yeah, Todd Wave.
Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. A royal priest beside a phoenix is no less than fire. Every bar's a power line like an electric wire. We interplanetary beings, we could stand the sun. Been to 23 galaxies like a Samsung. When they speak of royalty, they thinking J and B. I'm talking higher deities and the awakened me. Unmistakably, I leveled up from A to B. Laid this beat like it was masonry, don't play with me. Going higher than the rest of them, flying we caress the wind. Tower over lesser men, taller than the Nephilim. Use it like a sharp sword so you will respect the pen. Claiming my reward every day, I put the effort in. Jewels around the throat chakra like a diamond necklace. Gather knowledge, drop clues like a crime detective. I took the road less traveled, found divine direction. We on the plane of existence where space and time connecting. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Fly with us, fly with us, fly with us, fly with us.
The Moor from Berber, the Prince of Persia, a stitch of murder, the war observer saw him lynch a herder, blood rinsed from a lurker. Took a risk when he heard her, her neck in his grip, then he jerked her. Whispered pagan prayers, then let her go down the stairs. Curtains blew everywhere, he hurried through the night air. Lights flared from the watchtower. Search team with rock wallers, kings that got power. From queens that drop flowers, screams grew a lot louder. He schemes as the fox prowler. Caught him on the trail, lit the veil, tried to impale, it didn't go well, they both fell. Grabbed his coattail as the moon swelled in the open sky. The ocean in his eyes saw blue whales. From mountain high, the falcon glide above the island tribes of Cork, smiling at his finger prize from off his claw. He fell to his own demise for all his losses. Hell has thrones inside, his flesh and bones collected by the tides. Sand wet with foam, bubbles till it dry. The morning comes, the skies lit with the sun. Hits the earth kingdom, full 360 is spun. Prince amongst the living ones, children will run. Sit down and listen stunned how his mission was won. He said the night before I had dreams of being betrayed by the God. They consulted on a plan, I prayed on it hard. By day I cannot rest, by night there is no peace. I spoke to nobles, the wise men, and the holy priests. They told me it was grief, showed me to my sleep. I slowly went in deep. There I fought on beasts, awakened with torn sheets, wrestled with devils and leveled his armies. The calm meek was breathed, too tense to speak. I turned the other cheek after I murdered his elite. I'm the Canaanite king with Babylonian wing. My battle's holy supreme. Arrows are loaded on your team. As I swing the axe, all our kings are black. I'm the murderer and Merkaba. All bow and worship us. No book can interpret us. We're before night. We are pure light. We absorb sight. We're the tallest height. We are called the bright. For social culture. As the day falls to its closure, like a retrograde turning off its motor. And the earth's shadow is in full exposure. 200,000 rays of light, slightly beige white, silvery dark grays overtake the third boulder. The land of kings and gods in the heavens are now lowered. Talk to him, priest. For a fortress, they ride on horses and kill with soldiers. The greed of man, the seed of damn, for we are the I am. Back when Africa was a tropical rainforest, the Tyrannosaurus, the planet's purest, went from combat with hands to swordmen, the cannons for warring. Check the canyons for drawings, spamming major land of porous, unknown forces. The first books was just talking, and man found a way to record it. In ancient Samaria, they found records of schools and mortgage, tools they used for schools and soaring. Back when the natives first saw New Orleans,
Dear colony, I am gone and do not follow me. I left no pheromones. I'm on a mission of my own. Where I'm going is alone. Give the queen my regards. What I seen last week was so hard, she left my heart permanently scarred. During 007 hours during the Operation Termite Mound, I was left there bound. There was no food or larvae around. Our battalion searched the whole grounds. I was sent there with our liberators and corporals for some detainees on some classification of some other insects. Unknown, if they detest, we made arrests. That same night the platoon had to find rest, so we slept inside of abandoned trapdoor spider nest. The very next morning, who came in swarming with some trapjaws trying to fight our sect. The combat resulted in a few more deaths, but we sung our mantra. We are ants! We are ants! And the plants we must protect. During the daylight, we gorged on millions of parasites, cut in pieces so many bodies of mosquitoes' larvae. We are the original army of the safari. We eat fly maggots, bed bug eggs, cockroach eggs. You should watch them, they crack like tacos on a tray. Our strong mandibles can crack bones and tear through flesh of insects and chew through tissue of any animal. We're the smallest but the strongest of the botanical. We are ants! We are ants! Stare at the word giants and you'll see our name. During our march, we carry rocks, we carry leaves, we carry grains. Our body is armor. In our sector, we forge nectar. We'll give our lives to protect our base. Even if bears want our honey, ask the wood ass, we'll spray phoric acid in your face. And it's not difficult when we get to the edge of a lake. We connect at the head, we connect at the legs. And others climb on top of us. They connect at the head, they connect at the legs. Over and over, connect at the head, connect at the legs. Patches of ants going over the waves. Now I'm at the end of my days, so I'm writing this page. As my heart beats slower and the time comes nearer, I'm also telling my story to a ladybug and a caterpillar. The ant slowly turned towards the caterpillar and started to cry and said, though I had many blessings, only one I was denied. The caterpillar asked, what was that, old ant? The ant said, before I die, I wanted to stare eye to eye and talk to a butterfly. Butterfly, from the cocoon, which is a womb. I stare in my mother's eyes. I'm sent from the moon to sit in the room, and I'm totally justified. My stomach ballooned, the trumpets were tuned by the angels, maybe Gabriel, some great fool in your navel. Butterfly, looking for the pollen. Her wings spread over Brooklyn to Harlem. With kings tread, I look at the problem. Over Queens Head, Manhattan, Long Island, Staten and Shaolin. Wing flap like a falcon, then launch at the Bronx like a mountain. Why stop when you have talons? Hover with balance. Hug my mother in silence. The asylum, some suffer from violence. Chevalier touches with violence. Well prepared, never scared, frail or fear. Hell is near, swell up tears. In my eyes, strengthen size, energized, develop a bear. Amazed, I scrambled an egg. Then for crumbs to flour at the back of the box. The ingredients, add water inside a bowl or pot. The wrap, I'm the black astronaut. Butterfly, I rub my eyes, run inside. Embrace the earth, hug the sky. Butterfly effect, what if I inject cassettes, love drop core quest. What's next? Vibe one.
I don't need reparations, boy, bye.
Age of the days are old, De La Soul.
Counting blessings by the dozen, ooh, I'm God shy.
The son of man of the Wu-Tang clan, 100 grand.
All it took was dedication to make me fine.
Let's water to the beach, more killer priests.
Not a minute could be wasted, we ain't God's time. Pass you the time to leave me confused. In a maze, trapped in your
priesthood. Of the glow. The black Madonna with the child. From Uganda to the Nile. Rock paintings of a cow. Lilith, feet of an owl. Ancient world beneath the clouds. Ugaritic priest in front of a crowd. I frighten storms and tidal waves. Hold the devil behind doors with a Bible page. A golden dragon on each side of the blade. One hand holds the atlas, the other throws a grenade. I'm a Radada, speaking of Remus and Romulus. With the winged dance of demons and phoenix are rising up. Lovers like Mercury and Venus for astrologists. A long line of kingship, the gods to apocalypse. I hold the keys to the pits that's bottomless. I exist from the breeze as soon as the marble chip. Who is this MC that rhymes so marvelous? Priest bar for bar, you win every argument. Since heavy mental, look how hard it went. Came from the stars to a god to a prince. And I've been taking on all the odds ever since. And every now and then a dog move when it's pinch. When my pen is gripped, every picture in the room flinch. Every scripture on a tomb switch. I go from stiff to movement. Priest, I'm just here to uplift through music. I teach, you must get my new hits. It's not a reach in tune, soon as the moon shift. You gotta eat, food for thought, the spoons lift. I am magic, you was always spoonless. It's foggy, a starry, innate, going through the gate. Travel through space, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, sacrifice a Billy Goat. Pain make the black father's chain smoke. It starts to rain in the park, children playing on the swings. Marvin Gaye standing in his raincoat. Do you see demons in the flames? World made them go crazy till he seen the babies with the wings of an angel. They can't grow, it's painful. First off, rest in peace to Takeoff. His real name Kirchnick, Kyrie Ball. At the same time with Kanye, then Kyrie got involved. Oh wow, Kirchnick, Kyrie, then Kanye. Guess that's the modern day KKK. Ancestors were slaves, now we America's plagues. Be aware and afraid. From Hebrews to Negroes, I heard the sequels fire and brimstone. Cause they put the messiahs on Skid Row. We were the providers that lift stones. We had empires with big thrones. We were never pre-owned, now we unknown. When I write I can see home. Before they put our seeds in the twilight zone. The enemies with the white tone. That gave us BET and EBT. R.I.P. to Nate Dogg and Easy E. Tupac Shakur and B.I.G. Shots for you all, and one more for Shock G. They on the ships as Anunnakis. When I spit, they transform through my body. They call it the gift of my hands when man first saw astronomy. Call me Gandhi, a godly from Mali. Spread love like I'm on Molly, but I'm as strong as broccoli or broccoli. They call me the Mahdi. The truth is clear as Saki. I'm headed through the spheres, the proof is here, the suits I wear is probably for the star seas. I'm the tsunami, split to both sides when I part seas like Moses. I wrote this is God disease. Hashtag, when did Kanye start talking like he's Razzcast? Who would've thought it, but we support it. Knowledge drop like a leaky faucet. Take ignorance out like a trash bag. Say to babies, we in the land where they made a graven lady. The great horde that makes war and takes your safety. Satanists, necromancers, question God, the devil answers. Alchemists with bars, a metal handler. I sit on the throne with heavy antlers. The golden deer, the chosen steer. It's more than rap in the booth, I'm a channeler. I sense rejection, isolation, and fear. And abandonment, I planted hit. Candles lit for a year. Save the babies, stress, loss of control, death. This is Hades, bodies going up the pole. They feel lost in the need to belonging. I see the performance, let's save our seeds till the morning. And place our greed in the coffin. You can actually see what I'm talking. I got the tolerance of Solomon. On my throne of knowledge in the outer realms. I see it like a film or a hologram. I see our babies going crazy. Infants codependent. With no opinions that's so offensive. No one to help them or show them business. So they are co-defendant in his prisons. Who with the math, I'm the master of the solar system. I came in the craft to expose religion. But I'm good friends and good faith with the Jehovah Witness, and so with Christians. In Islam, I sit calm as I deal with the outer limits. I switch palms, I'm the old magician. Sleight of hand when I'm biting jams. My style is hitting algorithms, balance wisdom. The salads heal them. Trauma from the mama, drama. I had rhymes ready to carry the summer, but I was never ready for the news. I had to bury my mother. I told my Aunt Cassie and Aunt Carrie I love her. Don't worry, no suffer. Fish and curry for supper. She's my Mary as I sit with the brothers. Maybe my last meal, Judas, came as a covert. Narcissist, arguments, over if I had a deal. Bag of pills, 50 pieces of silver, I grab the steel. This getting real, this giving chills. I written this will, understanding anxiety through a child's eye. Grew up on the wild side, expecting a storm, mad clouds in the sky. Saved the children, obeyed the healing. They played victim, became the villain. God favors Abel's offering because of jealousy came with Killah. In the 60s we were proud of blackness. None of black queens were child or captive. Churches Alice to practice. Our attitudes are maladaptive. Our children play in the day, but at night the owls are active. Police proud with the captain. Big brother watches through clouds for our taxes. We stand on mounds looking up but can't see them like the meerkats. And fear that they looking down on our actions. Post-traumatic stress disorders. The IRS at our door cuz they took the law from us. They plan to build a superhighway to try to escape and get arrested at the borders. Grandmothers pray, making a mess at the altar. It's like the old days, hair braids, like the chicken necks, make an offer. Pray till it rains, felt a hurricane over Mississippi till the whole South flood with waters. We personalized, we hurt inside. We never arrived, we first tried. 432 Hertz vibes. He must be doing the devil's work. This is Mr. Universe live. West is Yam, the East is Codeine, teaming in the South. Let me even this out. They came from the North, which is smoke, painted on skulls. The land of Canaan of old, trading and enslaving the gold. Required by force, wanted resources and tribes on a horse. Uninhabited plots, that's why the unexplained gathered in crops. The whole universe is inside of an astronaut. They say Killah Priest sounds like when Prince first worked with Sheila E. When Michael Jackson first put on his glove. When the first disco balls lit up a club. When Bob Marley lit up his bud. Or Hear the Key by Stevie Wonder. Or Hear My CD Mother. Save the babies. Fire worshippers, Abraham followed Abraxas, Sax, priests, honorable and hollow words. Same word, sages of the ages, and prophets, Coptic, Gnostics, and apostles heard. Then those sinning, unfinished, now it's written in the ribbon, and held by 4 swallow birds. Beneath Abraxas practice, in the blackness, seance, each one of my classics. Burn a candle to Anu with bottled myrrh, and Quetzalcoatl and herbs. Preach the novel in the marble been heard. A gold icon of Basilides of Alexandria. They sold to Italy from a palace out in Zambia. Stole from Sicily, Africa towers over Pangea. Amateur, reaching for my pleroma. Deep sleep and yoga. Psyches like the Pisces of Jonah. Tertullian, so I get the nutrients and come out a Nubian. I'm not talking about the ancient Natufians or hooligans when I'm putting out something new again. Let LF tell her death. Me, I'm an embellish on the angelic. Holding the mic like a relic. Last one left. Priest and purpose. Leaving footprints deep in the surface. Enough to be called a crater. Meditating in the Tibetan hall in Asia. We all evolved from nature. The ink shooting out my pen like flaming balls hitting my paper. I grab the dark horns of archons and star forms. The bars drawn to give you Mars floors to walk on. Epiphanius, Arrhenius, Hippolytus, sit by fire, different writers sniffing coke. Who's the most highest? Baptizer, Holy Ghost. Santa Morte, Phantom in all gray, stands in the hallway, head of a ramp with hands on your grave. Purpose, let the chords play. Priest never had an off day. Never let my sword lay, so all pray. Work from the bottom like Noah. Meditate, I slip into a coma till I reach my pleroma.
Here, the centuries of loneliness were to end.
Your collection of Leonardo da Vinci masterpieces, Mr. Flint.
They appear to have been recently painted on contemporary canvas with contemporary materials. Then, age, death, the taste of dust. Do you understand?
You wanted a perfect, ultimate woman. As brilliant, as immortal as yourself. Your mate for all time.
Merkaba master, I charter demons to other worlds, drive devils to plaster, rush them to hell, breathing asthma, place Satan on gurneys next to Hermes, send them off to their journey to Cleopatra. They read those chapters, egos captured, the Leo laughter,
neoplasma. Run through my veins in this matrix, and my basement became a plaza. And now I'm in the Sky Lounge with negative spirit hackers. Build on math and we read the chapters. Observe through our windows at the quiet disasters. Riots at NASA, marches, gender pride, freedom rights for the masses. Till we do away with first and second citizen classes. Religion is backwards, trying to comprehend to the pastor. This gym is like Jasper. Either we all live and strive for the youth to survive, or it all ends with the rapture. Forget waiting on the man, I'm making a plan. And for the ages of false statements, I'm taking a stand. Start an investigation on Satan with a cross in my hand. Make a plea guilty, now face the jury. We're in the courts of I am. If I could just vanish from off the planet, like magic, become caught from granite. Days mathematics is understanding.
Hey, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear. Did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear.
A billion stories in the naked city. Ghost told me that his best friend needs a kidney. We froze, reminisce of Tiffany in the cold. Open whiskey from the 20s in the memory. Sympathy made the angels play a symphony. Said he could've had a scholarship. Toured different colleges. Now he's out of it, fading away slowly on dialysis. His name remained anonymous, but here's my acknowledgements. Street legends and hood guards. Kingdom fall into a mirage. Ghetto depression sets in. Then we place weed and cigars. A child has difficulties concentrating. From where he lives, he sees his promises fading. He sees his pops gone, his mom's is aging. She trying to stay strong for a church congregation. And meanwhile, a kid named Rico was the coke king. A lot of siblings of the dope fiends hope you scream. A lot of children with broken dreams, homes were clean. The most extreme, you got rich and what you sold to queens. Look what you did to Josephine. And Ebony is unheavenly. The devil's ready with open wings. As Lucifer uses love and his youthful mug. Then his blood on the cobra's fangs.
Hey, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear. Did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear.
I know my sacred rights when I write. Who am I to judge? I'm in my pen tonight. I got booked in the pages with blue bars. I started doing the sentence and finish at the margin. My mind tried to escape, but I'm the correctional garden. Max in the mental state, full of gems while I'm jogging. Using words and terms till I serve my turn. On my brain cells form into a bell's bond. Recording while I'm self-rewarding. Like I spit 3 autumns. When I release a masterpiece, just talking. That's how I get when I'm zoning. Just flowing. I make the listener a prisoner of the moment. And dialogue. And dialogue. Knowledge, the old face was abolished, reshaped and polished. Graduate from college, move to different states. The same people that hate make the dollar. Leonardo da Vinci envy. Cathedral cardinals were busy throughout the cities of Italy. The evil part of the history and mystery. Replaced the people dark as the pygmy. Eventually, Michelangelo and Bible radicals handed gold by the Pope from that century to cover art immensely, intentionally. To dark ages from archaic, from rock paintings who started language, charts and data, tribal marks invaders, before titles and parts of Asia. The heart was nature, Africa was far ancient. Older periods, stars Sirius over pyramids, walls with cobra images. Rituals were open in mouths of mummies. Or biblical, how to rip a crowd for money. Identical, beneath the clouds of countries. Subliminal, one wears the crown is chubby. While we hungry, they ugly and frowned upon me. Look
down on us but count on us and our growling tummies. Arrest the devil, read him his right to eat a mites. In the courts of the cross, the Lord's jury seated Christ and the two witnesses since Genesis. Bringing the devil as God prisoner, the job for the minister. Persecute him, then drag him to the chair to execute him. He tries to bribe you, stone him with Bibles. Give thanks to the Lord for he is good. A million saints with their swords to the devil's hood. Metal hooves, stand in heaven where I never stood. Only in hell, music and spells. Magic only several could. Before religions, oral traditions. Total transitions, Dogons, Egyptians. Both arms are risen, the boat gone and drifting. There's no on depiction, there's no on subscriptions. Snowstorms on Christians. Black magic is sorcery. Mathematics, bad habits, horrors that I see. And dialogue. Giving honor and all glory, thankful and painful during long sufferings, calm when storms hovering, protected by my guardian angels. The lower and the upper wings are covering, for soul restructuring. I'm like Job recovering, loosen all the knots and the cluttering till I'm filled with coloring. My life's a book with crayons and spray on. Our legs and arms are bronze from the Amazon, lost tribes in Babylon. North skies we sung a song, sweet chariots, then we carried on. We came from the nebula as settlers. We came here to plant grain, then explain the weather. The 10 spirits of the Sephirites, their attributes and appearance. 10, this is the beginning. The hot ones like the chakra transcendent. Our demeanors in Bina, in its likeness in its image. The nexus died like Ma'at, the astronaut on the ziggurat. Comet rocks past the equinox, cast it on my headdress. The space cadet, that's the message. Then Gavura, like Suma, then Teferi, then the tea beverage. Connect with comedics, genetics, and deep merits. Next up is next suck. After is hold in your soul. The Mal cut the town book. Weed is Nubian, brown kush. Take away the image you saw, now look. Jacob vengeance on Esau, his crown took. Before the Platos and the Aristotles. In days of old, those were pharaoh novels. And dialogue, and dialogue, dialogue, and dialogue, 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 and dialogue, dialogue. Come with access from a praxis, every tree is going dialogue. Become paper for my reasoning and dialogue. Rhythmic, big applause to the lion god. Round of 6 melons, make the sounds can make the giants nod. Mayan god, zodiac clocks made of compliant cogs. Move barbarians, medicines from a psychic rock. Hallucination equations lost in vagina bar. They all bow when I walk into the highest lodge. Climbed out the pupil in the all-seeing iris rods. Vivid third eye massage. Flying pigs high up the hog. While they hoarding, I'm bored of the next astral plane. The wheel turns, but I never seen its axis change. The same script, just the actors in the apple frame. I'll be given different roles written just to act the same. And clearly few can match this flame. Who can reenact the same? That's a shame. Planets rotating as the math explains. Shed my skin, left a million bodies on the path I came. Killed my former selves and got away, but look what that became. Master brain, God releases science when I ask for brain. Master brain, if you don't have a name, you don't have an aim. In and out this world so many times, still I haven't came. I can see the next me, seen through galactic frames. 7 keys, fed degrees, demons on our path get slain. Royal priesthood, our reputation got them scared to death. Devils caught wind of us approaching, they give up their breath. Treasure keep a century, eat a season with time spice. I ate a clock and deprecated minutes from my hindsight. I took the 7 vows and went from infinite to finite. He's in the days, but he only infinite to finite. Looking at my chest, now she got interest in the finite. Talisman, man, the ignorant divine height. Body, all the Gnostics knew that wisdom's is divine right. Profound magic of a master at the round tablet. Heaven's real meal, not immortal from the ground addict. Holy evidence, open portals in my crown addict. Special spectators took the spirit world around back. The why knows like why I know is ignorance bliss. But it's all mirage, vanished with one flick of my wrist. Took a picture of my watch like it didn't exist. Photo of my photons from the mystic abyss. Serpents with a hawk face, circus in my thoughts race. Knew my Pegasus would be the quickest at the horse race. Spearhead the mirror fed me visions of the Lord's face. Arab in the abracadabra, abracadabra. Zigzag, zodiac killer, the next massacre.